continue our questions on customer experience, and we're going to turn to item F, right? Yeah, which is billed revenue collection, including revenue management and protection. Welcome back, Ms. Hanley, Mr. Burgermeister, Mr. Sanabria, Mr. Massa.
Thank you. Before we begin on F, I would just like to revisit something we discussed earlier. I don't know if you had an opportunity to look into the average speed of answer question any further.
Remind me specifically, we talked a lot about speed of answer.
We're talking about the various goals that could be pursued, 1 second, 5 seconds, etc. I looked back at a monthly report that's filed by Luma, and it does include the average speed of answers for, I think, back to 2021, the most recent report that was filed. And it shows that from October to, for the last year's data, from October 24 to July of 25, the average speed of answer ranged actually to June of 25. It was within the 1 second range, one to 1.5 seconds approximately.
Minute? Do you mean minutes?
1 minute, 1 minute and 16 seconds, 1 minute and 15 seconds.
Excuse me.
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Massa, can you identify the document where you're reading from?
Yes, I apologize. It's 2025-1120-MI2019007, Exhibit 1, Submission of Monthly Report. We don't have it there. I just looked it up at lunchtime.
Sorry, is that I don't?
Yes, I do.
I don't believe it has been marked as an exhibit.
Okay. Yes. Yes. All right. Can we take it up after the break?
Absolutely.
Yes. Yes, I apologize for that as well. Okay. Let's move on to build revenue on collection. So Luma is pursuing this in two different ways. One is for closed accounts and one is for open accounts. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And for the closed accounts, the plan is to hire a external collection agency.
Correct.
And for the internal accounts, I'm sorry, for the
Active.
current accounts,
Yep.
Luma is pursuing its own internal process, which you've described very aptly in your testimony. What is the projected cost of the collection agency to support collections on terminated accounts?
So we have allocated in the budget for fiscal year 26, $100,000 for any like technology needs to set up. We're in the process of working with procurement to get an RFP out. There would be no upfront cost. Collection agencies recover their funds by maintaining a percentage of what they collect. So they collect $100, they keep 15 of it. So there would be no cost. There would just be the, a lowered portion of the collection.
There would be some kind of administrative costs.
Correct.
That Luma would incur, though, and that's the $100,000.
For the setup is what we've estimated that to be for data sharing.
In some places of the testimony, you indicated it was going to be a contingent contract. In some places, I believe it said they're generally contingent contracts, because it's my understanding this hasn't been executed yet, the contract.
Correct.
It's just in process. So is there any chance it would not be a contingent setup?
No, that wouldn't be something we would pursue.
Sorry, I got lost on the negative. I'm sorry, I got lost on the negatives. What would you not pursue?
If you're saying contingent in the context of that they would be fee-based, right? That's to me. No, we would, part of the requirement would be that it would be a fee-based service based on the amount that they collect. We wouldn't pay them a salary per se.
They keep a percentage of what
Yeah.
they collect. That's, as I understand it, correct?
Correct, yes.
Okay. And have you determined what the projected financial benefit of that would be?
So we have done the math, but again, to add a little context, the age of some of these accounts, there's some of them are very old. There's an aged population in Puerto Rico. We find that a lot of these account holders are deceased. There is a larger, I would say, than what I am used to habit of the account just staying in one person's name and the house passes down through generations. And then we go to disconnect for non-payment or the account gets turned off and it turns out Mr. Account Holder died in 1983. We have a lot of that happens. The total, no collection agency is going to ever have a 100% collection rate. We can't project yet because again, it's older money. It's, there's outline, on extreme circumstances, I would say, we don't have a baseline for how much they're going to collect. The total value, I believe, is about $167 million. I know we answered in one of our RFIs the exact number, but 167 million, I believe, is the number that we would be potentially able to collect, but that is a gross overstatement because never in the history of the world has a collection agency collected 100% of the debt assigned to them.
And is that number increasing each year?
That's a fluid number because some of it will eventually fall into write-off and everyday accounts are closing. And we pursue the recently closed accounts with, reminder phone calls, final bill reminders, things like that. But yes, that number will continue to grow.
Will this have any effect on improving days sales outstanding? Or is that only for open accounts?
No, the day sales outstanding, the calculation does use all AR, not just, it doesn't differentiate between active and inactive. So yes, it would improve day sales outstanding if they were successful.
And if the contingent, if the external collection agency were successful or to the extent that it is successful, how will the increased funds or the funds it collects be credited to the budget?
That I cannot answer.
Okay.
For the revenue requirements panel, Counsel for Luma, could we have Mr. Smith ready to answer the following question, if I understood what just went on? If you collect more than you expect, where would that extra cash go? I don't want to commit the commissioners to anything, but probably under the law of prohibition against retroactive rate making, it's not obvious to me that the money could go back to customers, but it goes somewhere. It goes into some account, which means that account is now larger than was budgeted. And I think we just want to have a feel for how that would all work in terms of the flow of the money and the accountability for it. And there's actually a variety of things like that. I think we've had this conversation before in other contexts, and it would be one of the things I would hope we could leave with clarity during the revenue requirement or the record keeping panel. I'm not sure which one yet. So thank you for that. Does that make sense, ma'am? Okay, thank you. Sorry.
For the record, Corey Brady, Weil Gotshal and Manji speaking on behalf of the bond splitter interveners. I would just object to the statement about retroactive rate making, because as discussed in prior hearing days, including by the commissioners, if there were a reconciliation mechanism included in their order, then it would not violate that principle.
That's, of course, 100% correct. We're just both two different sides of the same coin. If there's no advance notice, the prohibition on retroactivity applies. But if there is advance notice, it does. And you're just emphasizing the point that it's not a foregone conclusion whether there is such a advance notice or not. Is that correct?
That's right. I just wanted to make clear for the record that that was an assumption, and it's unknown which way that will land ultimately.
Well, thank you, and very well done, Counselor.
In that vein, for my own edification, is there not an amount in the budget every year for bad debt?
There is, but that's,
Not an objection. Can you repeat the question? I didn't hear it. Excuse me. It's just that the.
Yeah, my question was, isn't there a figure included every year in the budget for bad debt?
not within the CX budget.
But it's within LUMA's budget.
Correct.
So how would the amounts you collect through open or closed accounts go to offset or perhaps exceed or not exceed that number?
I don't think I'm qualified to answer that question.
Okay. Have you estimated the dollar amount that LUMA expects to collect from its internal efforts to collect on open accounts?
That's a fluid and dynamic number because it changes daily. New bills generate, these are active accounts. They follow through the severance process, 30, 60, 90 days, and then they, receive, a termination notice that eventually, ends in disconnection of the account for non-payment. So there's not really a static number. We know about what we bill every month and what we collect. That revenue protection team, though, has collected over $1.7 billion since inception, as a result of their outbound communications and things of that nature.
And I know for this effort, and perhaps for the effort of the collection agency, you've stated that a baseline will be created once collection efforts have been conducted long enough.
Correct.
Does that go for both or just the one?
That would, I would say the baseline would be just for the external collection agency we are hoping to bring on board. Internally, the amount of collections on the active accounts will ebb and flow as, the balances ebb and flow. People tend to fall more behind around the holidays because people, obviously prioritize, money for other necessities. So we do see a dip in payments around the holidays. So that team would be busier and then, probably collect more money in the end of January, February as people get caught up. So it's a bit cyclical.
And when you talk about a baseline, what exactly is your interpretation of that term?
Our interpretation is that once we have, enough data collected, we'll be able to better forecast, what is expected to be collected as these balances become due. Is it that the collection agency is collecting 15% of, all of the amounts that we've sent to them? Are they collecting 25%, 45%? Right now, because there has not been an endeavor like this. I believe the history that we were given is that at one point PREPA did employ a collection agency, but that lasted for a very short time. So we have no information to go on to even estimate how receptive people will be to the efforts of that collection agency.
So when you say baseline, you're referring to going forward to make predictions
Yes.
on the success of this
Correct.
particular effort.
Correct.
What would you say would be necessary for a determination of the overall financial benefits that the program has had since its inception to determine its cost effectiveness?
For our revenue protection team?
both of these?
So for the collection agency, right now, we're working on getting an RFP out the door, but right now there's nothing happening with that. So I'd say there's been no money spent, but there's also been very little money collected. For the revenue protection team, we do track payment transactions that are triggered by phone calls, reminder notices, emails, things like that. And they have collected over $1.7 billion in the 4 years that they have been around, going on 5. And that far outweighs the O&M cost of running that department. And then eventually, as we continue to lower the threshold, for severance, they will continue to take more and more payments. And as we lower that severance, that whole process becomes automated.
And when did you expect the baseline could be created?
For the external collection agency, I would say I would prefer 12 to 18 months worth of data, at least a full year at the minimum, before we would be able to formulate any projections for future performance.
Perhaps it's not characterized as, you wouldn't characterize it as a baseline, but for both of these programs, would it not be beneficial to have a starting point that I would have characterized as a baseline? In other words, where we are right now, currently, or when the program began, so that LUMA could quantify the total savings of the program. You said, for example, the collection agency is in the process of, the RFP for the collection agency is in progress. So once that begins, well, there'll be collections going on, and that amount will perhaps be unquantified until you determine a starting point. How would you, and I'm back again to, if we could quantify the value, the overall value of these efforts, wouldn't it be beneficial to have a baseline that would be your starting point rather than a baseline, or both, of course, a baseline that would enable you to project as well?
Yeah, we'll have our starting point, and we'll be able to track performance. I mean, it's to be determined what the contract is, whether we get daily updates, weekly updates, monthly updates on the performance of the collection agency. But the two kind of go hand in hand, because if the revenue protection team and our eventual path to having a stabilized severance and collection process, I'm trying to picture in my mind what the metrics look like, because if you do a good job with collections on your active accounts, which again, we're still not where we need to be for that threshold, then that translates into lower amounts needing to be pursued by the collection agency because the accounts are kept current. So, really, if you're projecting, you want your numbers, you're doing a good job if the numbers are lower, I guess is, yeah, where we would be baselining it.
Okay, yeah, they are interrelated. I can see that.
Of course, yeah.
And how did you determine to pursue an RFP rather than pursuing closed accounts internally?
A collection agency has far more resources and skilled employees that are trained for that type of collection effort. When you're dealing with active accounts, there's an end game. You're going to get disconnected for non-payment. Once that account closes, there's really no repercussion for the customer, whereas a collection agency, could be reporting to credit bureaus, and they're highly skilled and specialized in that arena.
So I think you indicated, and correct me if I'm wrong, there were no efforts in that regard until now when you're pursuing the RFP.
Correct.
Okay. And how long do you expect that to be applicable? Will you always have the need for a collection agency to be pursuing closed accounts, would you say?
It's standard utility practice. I am unaware, and the utilities that we interface with on a regular basis, all of them employ a third-party agency to pursue collections on closed accounts after they reach a certain age at some point.
I'm sorry, just give me 1 second if you would. Is Luma currently closing? Just give me, sorry, 1 second. Is Luma currently closing any customer payment locations across Puerto Rico?
Customer payment locations or regional customer offices?
Customer payment locations.
No, we currently have over 900 payment locations available to our customers outside of our regional offices.
Would you expect that these initiatives that we just discussed will have any effect on the need for customer payment locations?
No, I believe that the number that we have is sufficient. I don't think we would increase that. Again, we have an increase in customers going to either the web or the app or the IVR to pay. So we have, none of them have any threshold limitations. So any customer can make any type of payment at any time across a multitude of platforms.
I believe that'll be more appropriately covered in a subsequent section, which
Okay.
I'll do, and as well as revenue protection. I think is more appropriately covered in the next section.
Okay.
Bill revenue collection and loss recovery. So with your acquiescence, I'll do that. All right. Well, that now concludes this topic.
Is everybody clear where we are? Because I think it might be a little bit of a mix-up. We're about to cover, what did I cover? G. 1 second, please, because there's a slight difference between our notes and your notes. Just give us 1 second. Yeah. Is there any cross-examination on what's happened so far this afternoon? Okay, Mr. Vasquez Melendez.
Good afternoon, Mrs. Hanley. Attorney Pedro Vasquez on behalf of the OIPC. Ms. Hanley, would you agree that efficiency in collection from past due bills reduce the utility cost of service?
Yes.
And if the cost of service goes down, then the revenue requirement should go down also, right?
Correct.
And the Energy Bureau required Luma in this rate review to quantify efficiencies, especially in collection from past due bills, and reflect them in the revenue requirement, correct? But in Luma's filing, there's no numerical adjustment applied to reduce the cost due to the efficiency implemented in the collection from past due bills.
I'm going to object to this line of questions. This line of questions was supposed to be made at the efficiencies panel. The witnesses were available then. The witness here has not testified about efficiencies at all in both of her testimonies.
All right, thank you. If she can answer, she can answer. If she can't, she can't. I think your objection is well reasoned. The fact is we're not always going to have precision in terms of the question being asked and the panel, and there's been really a lot of very good compliance. If she can answer, I'm going to have her answer. Do you understand the question, ma'am?
I do, and I think that it's too preliminary. We have not even stabilized the collections process, so you can't make an efficiency off something that isn't stabilized. We're still in the process of rolling out a fulsome collections process. If you remember, for the first 2 full years that Luma was in existence, there was an order or a law that did not allow us to perform any disconnection. So we're still really playing catch up from that.
But During your testimony today, you have expressed that there's some quantifying numbers that you could do, but they have not been done by Luma in this case.
Objection. I believe that's a very vague statement on what Ms. Hanley's testimony was.
Well, he's asking a question. If she thinks the question has a premise or a fact that's incorrect, she can correct it. You weren't trying to mislead the witness, were you?
No.
Okay, but sometimes, Counselor, people will put into the question a statement that may or may not be correct. Did you understand the question, ma'am?
I believe I did.
All right, I'd like to hear it again, if you don't mind, sir.
Basically, during this morning, Mr. Massa asked you a few times regarding amounts from Luma. Did you answer in the affirmative back then?
For those, there were a couple of examples where no, I could not quantify.
And there was any others that you could quantify?
I don't remember every question that was asked, so I'm not sure.
Any?
I have an objection. You need to be more clear on what you're trying, what she's supposed to quantify. Sorry.
That is a fair objection. The transcript would be benefited by more clarity about this specific context in which you would like to see quantification, if you can, Counselor. Thank you,
Okay.
Ms. De La Rosa.
Ms. Hanley, you have testified that Luma has implemented, I will continue to implementing industry best practices for collection, right?
Correct.
If those practices are effectively, they should improve the collection, right?
Correct.
And improved collections should reduce bad debt and increase revenue, correct?
Correct.
Yet Luma still maintains that the same bad debt percentage used in the previous rate case 8 years ago, correct?
I'm sorry, I'm gonna object. She's not a witness for bad debt. We have established this point before. There's a dedicated panel on that topic, and
Yes, ma'am, but here's the problem, Ms. De La Rosa. What counsel is seeking is to have the witness explain why it is. Let me start a question again. Ms. Hanley, let's assume for a minute, okay, that Luma has proposed for the revenue requirement a bad debt ratio for the fiscal year 26 that is no different from in the past. Do you have that assumption in your mind?
Yes.
You don't have to agree with it. That's an assumption I get to make you accept for purposes of the question. Okay?
Yep.
Now, what counsel is asking you is, do you see a conflict between having exactly the same unchanged bad debt ratio on the one hand, and on the other hand, your claim that there will be an improvement in collections? Do you see a conflict there? Would you like to say anything about it? Was that your question, sir?
That
Okay.
basically.
I don't believe that. Go ahead, ma'am.
can you repeat the percentage that you are making reference to?
Well, I don't know that you repeated it, but the number I have sitting in my head is 2.97. But whatever it is, it doesn't matter. Okay? I'm sorry. Problem, ma'am?
Sorry, it's just that there are different bad debt percentages rolling around in the testimonies and the opinions of some of the
Okay.
experts. It'll be helpful to clarify which number we are referring to.
Right. Well, I would like to ask the question without regard to the number, since we don't know what the number, because nobody's decided what the number is yet, and because of exactly what you say, counsel, that there are differences floating around. I simply want the witness to assume that Luma has proposed no change in the historic bad debt ratio. Okay, ma'am?
Yes.
Okay, and some other day we can debate that number. What counsel is asking is, do you see a conflict between that assumption of no change in the bad debt rate and your claim that there will be improvements? Do you see a conflict, and would you like to address it?
For context, I think this all goes back to, and there's still mass data cleanup needed before we can truly rely on the reports that we currently have. I don't know what they used or the state of the data to come up with that bad debt percentage in the prior rate case. But right now, we still have such immense data cleanup left to do that I don't think it's in conflict. It's what's available right now. We have to be realistic about the state of the system and the lack of financial reporting and integration between CCMB and the financial reporting system.
Can I also suggest a potential confusion in the record right now that you may want to address or the council may want to address? On the one hand, Ms. Hanley has been talking about collections of unpaid amounts, correct, ma'am?
Yes.
When we talk about bad debt and a revenue requirement, do you understand that what that refers to is an expectation prospectively of what the rate of non-payments will be? Do you understand that concept?
Yes.
When you were answering questions on this subject, which of the two were you addressing, if you can answer that question?
The collections. I'm addressing the collections. The bad debt percentage is really something that's better answered by the finance team, by Mr. Smith.
All right. Well, I think, counsel, again, you can argue with me that I'm wrong, but I think that difference between collection of historically unpaid revenues and predictions of what the prospective on collection will be are sufficiently different that asking about the relationship between the proposed revenue requirement and the bad debt rate is more appropriately addressed with Mr. Smith than with Mr. Hanley. That's how I'm thinking about it. But if you want to try to pursue it and see what you can get, take another shot at it. That's the way I'm understanding this, and I'm concerned about the confusion between the two concepts. Thank you, Counselor. You're next.
Ms. Hanley, I will refer to your testimony, question 35. It is on page 23. Yeah, sorry, your rebuttal testimony. Exhibit 78.
Yes, I'm there.
Wasn't your testimony saying that basically that as a matter of accounting principle, that uncollectible receivables may become bad debt and must be recognized as an operating expense?
Correct.
Right? So basically, failure to do proper collections from past due accounts could end up as bad debt, correct?
Yes.
And that will affect, as you said, the operating expense, therefore will affect directly the revenue requirement, correct?
Correct.
Okay. In your testimony, in your rebuttal testimony, you also addresses Mr. Sanabria answering testimony that basically he didn't took into account extraordinary events like the moratorium for the COVID-19.
Yes.
But the moratorium ended almost 2.5 years ago, right?
Yes, it did. But the volume of accounts that we had to deal with, there's no way that you could just full court press go and take care of all that. It was hundreds of thousands of customers. So you have to take a tiered approach in lowering that severance threshold. Otherwise, the system would issue disconnection notices and there would be no follow through on them. Kevin's teams, for reference, the meters that are in place now, I believe it's over a third of the meters should in theory be able to be remote disconnected. That infrastructure is so antiquated that it only has about a 17% success rate. So you're talking about boots on the ground for the vast majority of these disconnections. You can't execute all at once. So what we've done is we've taken this tiered approach where we do section by section before we automate. So we're still working through that backlog, and I would estimate, it will take us probably close to another year.
Shouldn't Luma prioritize the collection and allocate more resources to do that job?
We have, and we do. We have a dedicated revenue protections department, and Kevin's team works to prioritize those disconnections in addition to all of the safety related and customer request work that they complete.
In your testimony, you address the statute of limitations in order to collect past due amounts, correct?
Correct.
And as for now, the statute of limitation is 5 years, right?
4 or 5 years, depending on the age of the debt, is my understanding.
Correct. Depending on the year that it became.
November of 2020, I think, is the cutoff.
Right. So after LUMA's commencement, you recognize that now the statute of limitation is 4 years to collect, correct?
Correct.
And 2.5 years has elapsed since the moratorium ended, and LUMA still thinks that it needs 1 more year to address those collections.
Correct.
So basically, you're leaving 6 months for the prescriptive term to elapse, and there's nothing more that can be done with that amount.
Let me make sure that I follow. So you're saying that because the 4 years, it's only for closed accounts. So that would only be for accounts that have closed since commencement, and there's not a ton of that happens. There's not a lot of, I can't quantify it, but it's not like every active account, the monies that are over 4 years become uncollectible. On active accounts, that money remains collectible.
So it's your position basically that inactive accounts, that time does not elapse?
As long as it's an active account.
Okay.
Where the prescriptive term applies only to closed and finaled accounts.
So you're certain for that for closed accounts, as you said?
That is the, yes.
And regarding closed accounts, isn't your statement that LUMA is not addressing closed accounts, and are the ones that are referring to a collection agency?
Correct. That's standard utility practice. We're in the process of getting that RFP to partner with a collection agency to have them focus on the closed accounts.
So in closed accounts, LUMA commencing on June 2021, there are already accounts that has elapsed or the prescriptive period has gone by the statute of limitation.
Correct.
Have you quantified those accounts?
I have not. I do not have that information available right now.
Do you have a number of all the closed accounts, the inactive accounts, how much there are, the amount of altogether?
I know that I responded to an RFI with that information. I don't have it off the top of my head.
And regarding the collection agency, is the agency will address only or will be refer only closed accounts, or will be also be refer active accounts?
There will be 2 separate paths. The active accounts will remain in-house with LUMA because the end result of not entering into a payment agreement or making arrangements on that debt will be the account being shut off for non-payment. And then for closed accounts with no longer having active service, those will be referred to the collection agency, and they have a different set of tactics and practices that they use up to and including, in reporting to the major credit bureaus and impacting people's credit scores.
Is an account that has been suspended by LUMA for non-payment will be considered as closed? It will be referred to the collection agency, or will still be handled by LUMA?
After a certain time frame, it will be referred. It will remain with LUMA. We will consider it a finaled account. We make attempts on finaled accounts. We send a final bill, things of that nature. Then after a certain point, it will, and again, this is details that will need to be worked out when we go out for RFP, but after a certain timestamp, those debts will then be sent to a collection agency to attempt to collect.
Can you specify that time?
No, I cannot.
You said that LUMA is in the process for an RFP for the collection agency.
Correct.
Do you believe there will be companies interested in doing this work?
Yes, I believe that we should be able to find someone that is interested in doing this work.
So there will be an expectation for the company to do profit on this, right?
Yeah, they're a fee. The contract will be awarded based on a fee structure.
And there should be an expectation from Luma that an amount will be recovered, right?
Correct. We will once the RFP is awarded, we will monitor performance, and that will drive, future expectation.
Earlier, you said that no company can get 100% of collected amount, right?
Correct.
But do you have any forecast or expectative of what will be that amount?
I can't speculate at this point. It would depend on customer behavior, the age of the account, the activity. As I said, we have a lot of instances where accounts are in the name of a deceased account holder. We go through that with our accounts that we shut off for non-payment. Logic would dictate that we're going to run into the same issue with the closed account. So I can't speculate because I am not a lawyer. I don't know what happens to debts owed on, if the person is deceased.
Is it reasonable to say that 10% can be obtained back?
I could not speculate.
No speculate?
I can't speculate.
Not even a minimal amount?
No, I cannot.
To be rational, you have to assume that the money you're going to get is going to exceed what you're going to pay to the collection agency unless this thing is completely contingency and they earn absolutely nothing unless they get something, correct?
That is what we are going to be putting in our RFP, is that it is completely fee-based. There will be no base plus commission. It will be straight collect a portion of whatever you collect. If you collect nothing, you get paid nothing.
You're saying that the cost, there will be nothing in the revenue requirement associated with the payments you make to a collection agency, correct?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. That's assuming that somebody agrees to go along with those terms.
Assuming yes.
Okay.
Regarding the initiative that Luma has, or you have testified about, we already talked about the hiring collection agency, correct?
Correct.
Luma plans to implement skip tracing.
Correct.
Luma plans to implement customer data modernization, correct?
Correct.
But yet you cannot forecast any financial impact that this initiative will be the outcome of these initiatives.
Correct.
So in the case, or your expectation, is that that it will render results positive for Luma or for their action, right?
Correct. Based on my experience and the experience of my peers, these are all standard utility practices.
Or even though that it will render additional income, the ratepayers wouldn't benefit if they are not forecast, correct?
Can you repeat that? I didn't quite follow.
If those initiatives are not, you don't forecast or implement or incorporate in your revenue requirement, then the ratepayers will benefit, like in a lower revenue requirement or lower cost, will not benefit from whatever Luma implements and get the positive results, correct?
I would say initially that is correct, because again, with the skip tracing, it's still to be determined what the benefit will be. But once the benefits are realized and we understand more of how the process works and how successful, this company is, the collection agency, then in future iterations of revenue requirements, that would be taken into account.
In your statement, Ms. Hanley, you also talk about the reduction in government agency arrears, correct?
Correct.
Isn't it true that that initiative was from the governor's office that was implemented, and it wasn't for an efficiency implemented by Luma, correct?
So Luma was a partner in are you talking about the global debt settlement?
Right.
Okay. Yeah, the global debt settlement, WEPA, the government and the government agencies, but Luma was complicit in that we had to go through and manually split all of the accounts and do all of the manual adjustments for the negotiated balances that PREPA and the government worked out. So it's not an efficiency, but we were an integral part of getting that data cleanup taken care of to reflect those lowered balances.
And as a result of that initiative, balances prior June 2021 were fully settled or almost fully settled?
I believe there's 19 agencies that were not part of that global settlement, but yes, for the rest of the agencies, they worked that out with PREPA, and so they have zero balances for pre-Luma debt. But there are 19 agencies, I believe, is the number that still have not fully settled, and that may be a credit or a debit.
So the amounts owed by governmental units, governmental agency as of today, are you saying that they are still part of pre-Luma when PREPA was the one?
There are a handful, yes.
Do you have exactly the numbers? What belongs to PREPA and what belongs after Luma commencement?
Yes, it is. There's actually a file that's provided to the government every single month. We send them a monthly report with 2 separate tabs. The vast majority is the larger part of the debt owed is owed to Luma, not to PREPA for the pre-Luma debt.
So it has accrued more during Luma's administration. The amount as of today that stands the total amount of arrears by the government agency.
Well, I don't know that that's a fair statement because those accounts were closed and that was kind of earmarked like that's the end of their debt. So because we've continued to provide service and bill, yes, the amounts are larger, but we work closely with the government agencies and the municipalities to work out payment arrangements, get them caught up. That's something that the revenue protection team works actively on every single day.
Ms. Hanley, I want to address now what was you addressed in your statement, in your rebuttal testimony regarding the discrepancy that Mr. Sanabria's answering testimony talk about regarding customer receivables. So I'm going to address the exhibit. I will exhibit 347, attachment 347.1. I want you to compare it with the exhibit also.
Hold on, which was this?
Yeah.
Okay.
347.1. And I want you to compare it with exhibit 345.1. I can provide you a hard copy if it's easier for you to compare.
Yeah, no, I have the one up here and I can see the other one well enough.
So have
Yep.
so both we are talking about account receivable and aging for the month of May 2025.
Yep.
If you go to the overall and you try to compare that numbers with the one exhibit with the other, do you see discrepancies?
Yes, and the explanation for that at first glance is that was part of the write-off cleanup that we did. The AR balances will decrease as we do different phases of write-off cleanup, and that's part of the 400 million that we've written off. I know that actively through the course of the beginning part of 2025, there were batches of cleanup happening on a fairly regular basis. So that number would change from one exhibit to the next, depending on the timing. I would have to go back and look at the exact date that these were answered, and also at the original data set to confirm that though.
Even though for the same month, even though they will change because of that?
Yep. Because if one was run on May 15th, we did cleanup on the 20th, and the other one was run on May 31st, that number would change.
So which one prevails?
I would have to go back to the original data set and the original questions and timestamp them, but my assumption is the 862 is more correct and is reflective of a number after write-off, after data cleanup occurred.
Sorry, what was you refer to? Which one?
The 862, I believe, would be the correct. But again, I would have to go back to the original RFIs, look at the timestamps and also the original data sets to make sure that they are identical variants that went into the query that these resulted in.
So basically addressing that one, the one saying 862, if you add up all the overall balances, you will see that they couldn't add up to 862. If you do the math, it will be 1.317.
Yep, I do see that. I would have to go back and look at the original raw data set. I can't explain that right now.
So
I'm happy to take a look at it.
Wouldn't you agree that there were discrepancies?
Yeah, that math doesn't make sense.
Thank you.
Mr. Vasquez Melendez, can I ask you a question?
Sure.
Help me understand what it is that you feel you just achieved.
So basically, when they try to, in the rebuttal, they address Mr. Sanabria's testimony, saying basically that they were questioning what was the discrepancy that he was addressing in his testimony, and there was this discrepancy. And Luma never basically provided us, even though that this is they didn't provide any type of documentation clarifying or basically he addressed what was provided.
So was your point merely to protect your witness, or was your point to make some kind of affirmative proposition for the Bureau to consider in its order?
Well, actually they should provide the correct numbers to address, and then to be sure that what was addressed by Mr. Sanabria's testimony, then it is correct or not. But we wouldn't need the correct numbers to verify and to study them, just to be sure what is the information that was provided.
So, Luma, do you have a comment?
Yes, only to ask counsel if the information was required from Luma, clarification, because I cannot recall such a request from the OIPC.
Here's what I would like to suggest. It feels like the record would be better if everybody was satisfied with this interaction. Can I ask counsel to work something out at the end of the day today to get Mr. Vasquez Melendez what he thinks he needs to make whatever point he thinks he would like to make? And you can all agree on a timeline for that, and don't let me know anything about it until it's all been worked out. Is that okay with you, Ms. De La Rosa? Is that okay with you, Mr. Vasquez Melendez?
It is.
Okay, next question, please.
That will be all for us.
This is Commissioner Ramos. This cleanup that went on between these two exhibits, that difference, does that mean that Luma will not pursue that difference, whatever is cleaned up, that so it goes to the collections?
So it's already, so just to be clear, these monies on the financial end have been accounted for as bad debt, as journal entries. Again, not an accountant, not a finance degree holder. This is just cleaning up C and B. This is old debt, was never going to be collected, that has already been accounted for from a financial perspective. We're just making the customer care and billing system match the financial records, because that was never historically carried out. In the beginning, when Luma first took over the system, there was over $4 billion of accounts receivable in the system. So there's already been tremendous amounts of work to get us closer to where we need to be.
Got it. Understood. Thank you.
Okay.
Are you finished, sir? Okay, Mr. Lucio.
Good afternoon, Ms. Hanley.
Good afternoon.
You mentioned that there's 900 or so payment locations.
Correct.
Are those locations manned? Are there employees there or other people there?
Nope. It's like if you go to a Western Union, you go to the grocery store, you can pay bills, right there. There's, pharmacies, bakeries, all sorts of things that are included in our payment processing contracts. So no, the only thing that is manned with a Luma employee is our regional offices.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
You mentioned in response to some questions from my colleague, and you referred to a couple metrics, and I just don't know that I followed them.
Okay.
You said 1/3 of the meters should be remote disconnectable, but only 17% success rate.
Yep.
I didn't understand that. I was
Sure.
hoping you could just break it down for me. What do you mean when you say 1/3 of meters should be remote disconnectable?
So the type of meters, now these are pre-AMI, so the existing meters, while they are not AMI, they have some technology, and Kevin can grab the microphone and fill in color at any point. But if the meters were working as they should, there's a good chunk of them that should be able to be remotely disconnected, where we remotely send a command, the meter shuts itself off. With that, right now, the performance is about 17% success with that subset of meters. So that means I have a customer that has this type of meter. There's a less than 1 in 5 chance that when I attempt the remote disconnect, it's going to be successful. And then Kevin's going to have to send someone out to the field to physically pull the meter. Do you want to add anything, or good? Okay.
Okay, so 1/3 of meters should have this capability,
Right.
but in fact, only 17% of that 1/3.
That has been that's been the performance we've observed.
Okay, can you tell me the total outstanding balance for government entities, including current and past due?
I can. So for government agencies, right now, the total balance is 94 million total, with 25 million of that past due. For municipalities, just for verbiage sake, because people mix these categories up, municipalities is 50 million with 47 million of that past due. But a caveat to that is 46 million of that 47 million is currently held in active Act 57 or PREB cases. So that's monies that is owed, but there is a complaint around it. So we move it to the side. It's still considered AR until we receive a ruling. So that is the total balance. And then for federal government, the balance is very low. I think it's about 6 million. I don't have that one off the top of my head, but I know it's about 6 or 7 million total due, with less than 2 million past due.
Okay, so putting federal government to
Yep.
the side, is the sort of gross amounts 94 million plus 50 million? So
That is as of October 30. That is as of October 31st. Those reports are pulled monthly. So I will get new data from the team sometime early this week. But we're working actively, like I said, with the munis, with 46 of that.
Just answer his question.
Sorry.
You have an able counsel who will ask you to elaborate if I let her later.
Okay.
Sir?
are you able to tell me of that $144 million, how much of it corresponded to times when PREPA was in charge and how much corresponded to times when LUMA has taken over?
So to clarify, the amounts that I'm quoting are only what's owed to LUMA. The PREPA is separate. The PREPA debt is separate. This is what LUMA is actively owed.
And how much is owed to PREPA?
I would have to double check. It's a significantly less number than that. The vast majority of what is owed is to LUMA, not to PREPA.
And what would you look at to check?
I have a monthly report that I receive. I would just have to pull it up and take a look at it.
Okay. And do you know if that's been produced in connection with these proceedings?
I don't know that it has been provided in response to any RFI. I know we've quoted amounts in testimony, but I don't know that we've given that breakdown.
Have the document available to you right now?
If you give me a second, I can search and try to find it.
That would be great. Thank you.
Sorry, what document are we talking about?
The government debt totals.
Is that a LUMA document that it's reported to the Energy Bureau?
It is provided to the governor, to the governor every month.
Well, I will have to look at that document first in terms of any issues.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so as of October 2025, there's a total $144 million we've been talking about. Has, I assume it's LUMA's intention to have that balance fall over time.
Correct, and it has fallen over time.
Does LUMA have an estimate for how much it's estimating that number will fall over time through the end of 2028?
No, we don't have an estimate of that at this time.
Okay, I want to ask you some similar questions about residential customers.
Mhm.
Can you tell me the total outstanding balances for residential accounts, including current and past due?
I would have to double check that. I don't have that off the top of my head.
Similar to the governmental customers, would you, well, is it the case that the vast majority of that receivable would correspond to times when LUMA was in charge?
Yes, it's the vast majority of it is owed on active accounts.
Can you give me a ballpark figure?
I wouldn't be comfortable at this point.
Okay. Is it more than $500 million?
Possibly close to it. I would have to double check. I know that we've answered RFIs recently with the numbers.
Okay, and I may have missed it. I
Okay.
looked, I couldn't find it, but I may have just missed it. And do you have documents that would show that?
Yeah, we have monthly reporting that we produce.
Okay, so I'd like to make a similar request to you and your counsel, and we can talk about it offline and see if we can cut through it.
So I want to remind people that I issued a ruling that as of November 7th, there would be no more ROIs without my permission. I'm not saying no to this but it can be a burden on the company. And so we're going to have to be reasonable and also think about how much commissioners can absorb. So I haven't ruled on this question. Just keep it in mind, please.
No, I understand. I understand. And we are not trying to burden anyone. We're just asking the person who's in charge of accounts receivable what I would think would be a pretty apparent number.
And I would just add, the witness has already testified that they already produce these reports on a monthly basis for the government, so there's no incremental burden to producing those via
It's not
Axiom.
information that they have to produce.
I said I haven't ruled, so nobody has to provoke me into making a ruling. Let's just go forward and try to focus on the evidence that we now have. There is a nearly, I won't say infinite, but for purposes of the realities of managing this case, there is a limit on what we can absorb. Go ahead, please, sir.
Okay, thank you. Whatever that number is, maybe it's around $500 million. I assume it's also LUMA's intention to have that number fall over time.
Correct.
And has LUMA made any kind of estimate for how it expects that number to fall over the next 3 years?
Not formally, no. Our focus has been on forecasting and trying to normalize our severance process, because right now, our collections are focused, are not where we need them to be. So we need to continue to lower that severance dollar amount threshold until we stabilize. And then once we normalize that, then it would be much easier for us to forecast going forward what steady state would be. Because I would argue that right now we are not steady state for commercial and industrial customers, where the severance has been fully automated for, 1 to 1.5 years plus. We could do some baselining for industrial and commercial, but for residential, we're not there yet.
So is it your testimony that sitting here in late 2025, LUMA cannot estimate the amounts by which it expects accounts receivable for residential and governmental customers to fall over the rate period?
We could go through that exercise, but again, we haven't normalized residential collection amounts yet, so it would be a best guess at best.
And looking at your testimony, which is Exhibit 7, page 13, line 2, oh, sorry, it's the initial testimony, not
Okay.
the rebuttal. Yeah,
Yep.
Sorry about that. So Exhibit 7, line 276
Yep.
on page 13, you say, at this time, it's not possible to calculate the financial benefit, as it will depend on customer payment activity, their reaction to reports made to credit bureaus, as well as on the details of LUMA's contract with the collection agency. Once the collection efforts have been conducted long enough to establish a baseline, LUMA will be able to make this baseline to develop forecasts.
Correct.
And that is your testimony here today as well?
Yes.
That's all I have right now. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. DeLucio. Other cross. Okay, Mr. Mazza had one question on the prior topic before we go on to the next topic.
With respect to LUMA's internal efforts at collecting payments for open accounts, what current program does LUMA have trying to collect the S2 payments from current accounts?
So we have automated phone call for accounts that are part of the automated severance process, which is the commercial, industrial, residential above $2,500. There's automated emails, phone calls that go out. They can call back in. And for the customers that are not officially part of the severance process, we still do scripted outbound calls in an attempt to collect payment from them, in addition to letters.
And that's not as successful as you would like it to be, that program currently?
So for the customers that are part of the active severance process, where we end up sending a 30-day disconnection letter and then eventually disconnecting, yes, it's successful. It's the customers that we haven't been able to actually send disconnection letters to yet because of the manpower issues.
So the graduated scale that you've proposed in your testimony I believe it's 90 days. Now it's going to be 60 and 30 prior to termination of their
So
account.
they get reminders at 30 and 60 days. At 90 days, they get a 30-day disconnect letter. And then on day 120, they will get a 48-hour reminder, basically a 48-hour phone call that says you have 2 days or, you may be disconnected. And then the service order will create on day 123 for Kevin's team to either attempt the remote disconnect or to go out to the field and disconnect that meter.
And did you not state that this is going to be tightened up? Are the
It's not
timeframes going to be decreasing?
the process isn't going to change. We're going to be lowering the threshold. So yes, so right now it's $2,500, and then you slowly lower it because every increment produces thousands of disconnection letters because it's a point in time. So say that I tonight lower it to $2,000. Any account that's 90 days or more past due is going to immediately receive a 30-day disconnection letter. And 30 days from now, that means there's potential for Kevin to get flooded with 6,400 termination service orders, which obviously it's impractical to think that the team could complete 6,400 terminations in a couple of days.
So the rationale for the decreasing scale is the quantity of results you're going to get at each level, and the levels will successively whittle that down.
Correct, because in addition to the manpower in the field, we have to be able to handle the volume of the phone calls and the visits to the offices because people are going to want to make arrangements. And because we do not have integration from our web app and do not have this available yet, customers can't go in and set up a payment plan on their own. That's also on our roadmap.
And there's no goal. Does Luma have a specific goal in mind that exceeds what is currently achieving, which you would like to achieve with the new process?
With lowering the threshold?
The entire process.
The process,
including the lowering
the process as is that at this point, we do not intend on making any changes to that timeline. But Kevin and our teams have worked collaboratively, and it will probably take us close to a year to get to where we need to be to get that threshold lowered to what I would consider steady state.
And how did you arrive at what you'd consider steady state?
So so steady state would be a $300 mark, and I do not know what conversations happened. I don't know if it's I don't know if it's part of the T's and C's or how that number was arrived upon. But $300 is the goal to get down to. Has to, correct.
Hey, colleagues, thank you for your patience this afternoon. Thank you, Ms. Hanley. Looking to have a break probably in, at the 90-minute mark, probably about a half hour from now, if that's okay with all. So we don't cause confusion in your customer experience agenda item. What Mr. Mazza is about to do is combine two things here. In Part G, you'll see loss recovery program. Everybody see that? And he's going to be combining that with revenue protection, which was there in subpart F. And that's where we are. Mr. Mazza, thank you.
Thank you. You described customer operations, revenue protection, and the loss recovery program in your testimony, and I believe in program brief 7.1. What is the total O&M budget for revenue protection and loss recovery activities within the customer experience department?
Revenue protection, I do, because there's not a program brief associated with revenue protection. I do not know that cost center total off the top of my head, but for loss prevention, for the CX portion of that, it's $1.7 million.
And is that all in rate base, or is some of it collected elsewhere?
It's all rate base.
All rate base. Base rates. Referring to the program brief for loss recovery in 7.01, what is the annual O&M and NFC cost for the program for 26 to 28?
1.7 million, and I believe in 28 it goes up to 1.8 million.
And what do you expect for annual reduction in non-technical line losses as a result? Would this program be pursuing the non-technical line loss issue?
Yes.
And what success do you expect it to have, or what are you seeking as far as the goals for the program? What kind of annual reduction in non-technical line losses are you seeking?
Right now, it's kind of hard to calculate, and I think this maybe got touched on in another panel, but there's no boundary metering, so it's really hard to quantify exactly how much there is. So we don't really have a measure of success. We don't know that X is the delta, and we've discovered 90% of that delta between what was produced and put on the grid versus what was billed. So that's a gap. But the team, right now, without AMI, and I'll get to AMI's impact on loss recovery in a minute, but without AMI, we rely on manually working reports, looking for large fluctuations and changes in consumption patterns for accounts. We rely very heavily on the field, reporting things back to us. We have a confidential line where people call in and rat out their neighbors. We actually get hundreds of calls a month there. So right now it's an incredibly manual process. And when we fully deploy AMI, it will actually be real-time alerts when someone tampers with a meter. So AMI really will revolutionize this whole program.
Have you any sort of an estimate of what the situation is that exists right now with respect to non-technical line losses?
It's very hard to quantify. It's very hard to quantify. We don't. There's a number I believe that we inherited from PREPA, but we don't really know the foundation for how it was contrived. But I believe 8% is a number that I've seen used, but that is not a LUMA calculation because again, we don't have the ability to accurately pinpoint what that loss percentage is.
So do you have a target reduction at this point?
We do not.
Did you say that AMI will enable you to pin this down to a greater extent?
AMI will allow us to more quickly identify and more quickly respond and intervene with potential theft situations, but it won't solve, to my knowledge, the issue with the lack of understanding what that loss percentage is.
Do you have a quantification of how the proposed program would increase the results of current practices?
The program is currently in process. So, I mean, essentially what we're doing now is what we will continue to do until AMI is fully deployed. The costs associated with this program are largely the labor associated with it and materials required to maintain chain of custody for any meters that are tampered with. If we pursue criminal charges, it's very critical that we have chain of custody. So there's some materials that we have to procure for that. But other than that, that's the entirety of the budget for this program.
I believe you testified that the loss recovery efforts are further supported by a dedicated team of new back office and data analysts. How many new employees does that include?
These are all existing employees. This team has been around since front end transition, and they continue to stay the same size. There's no request for additional FTEs in that group.
So this will continue to be a manual process. And I'm sorry, until AMI comes along, or AMI is not going to solve that problem.
No, it will, so what they will do is the alerts will become more readily available, but the actual billing of it will continue to be a manual task. I am actually unaware of any software that exists that would automate that back billing. That will always be a manual task, at least at this point in time.
You indicated the customer experience is responsible for billing services, payment processing, and revenue protection. You have the total number of delinquent accounts in 2026?
I do not.
So there hasn't been a projection as to what the optimal budget would achieve with respect to mitigating that problem.
So for both the Energy Regularities Department that handles theft and revenue protection, there is no delta between the constrained and the optimal.
Other than the pursuit of closed accounts by the collection agency, are there any third-party collection agencies that are going to be involved with this component of your protection, income protection?
No, we would rely on just the single collection agency.
Do you involve any external legal support for collections?
No.
So there are no suits brought against people or anything like that?
Not at this point. No.
Are there any other vendor costs associated with revenue protection?
No.
You discussed efforts to reduce days outstanding. Do you have an incremental days outstanding reduction that you're seeking to achieve with the proposed loss recovery and revenue protection efforts?
No, I think we covered this a little bit earlier, but no, right now there's not. And I misspoke earlier. I had forgotten that we report monthly in our legacy metrics, the DSO. So right now we're reporting that, but there's not really an internal goal. And as we discussed earlier with the OMA, one of the incentive metrics is the DSO.
LUMA requests $2.3 million for customer portal enhancements. Can you specify what additional capabilities or improvements LUMA intends to implement with that funding?
Sure. That's a lot of what we spoke about earlier with the modernizing customer service technology and also the voice of the customer. It's getting that first call resolution tracking automated. It is getting some of our forms automated, the ability to enroll. I'm sorry, customer portal. Let me misspeak. Customer portal is actually the portal that our net metering customers use to sign up for. So it's enhancements to that. It's automation to that process. It's instead of having to manually review line by line every single net metering application, it would be more of a smart form. So it would cut down on the back and forth between us and customers, having to say, oh, you didn't fill this out correctly. So that's what that money is earmarked for.
And are there new features involved in this, or is it existing?
It's existing, but we would be looking to optimize it and make it more of, again, going towards the first contact resolution. Right now, there's a series of back and forth if the form is not filled out correctly, and this would be a more automated function of that.
So the goals would be reflective of what is in the performance metrics?
Say that one more time.
How would you identify the goals for what you're trying to achieve?
like a numerical target.
Yes, like in the-
So yeah, we would be able to see a reduction in, I believe we have 30 days to get a net metering customer. Once they apply for the tariff. So we would potentially see a reduction in the amount of days it takes to get them set up on that tariff, because we would be eliminating that administrative back and forth type of thing. We would get all the information needed up front in a more timely fashion that would allow us to execute the meter exchange if needed, and then getting the customer on that net metering tariff quicker.
He's asking you whether you have a specific goal. That's the nature of most of these questions.
Okay.
I think we've got pretty much the explanation of what all the generic benefits are.
Yep.
It's cost-benefit analysis is what the commissioners have to think about, how much money to spend to get a particular result. If you don't have a goal, that's fine, but that's what he's asking. Do you have a goal?
Just the 30 days right now.
Okay.
And we're meeting that, yes.
All right, thank you.
Yep.
we put Centro's Pajo PDF on the screen, please.
Sir, could you repeat that again? I didn't catch that.
Yes. Should.
Can you repeat, Guy? They're asking me if you could repeat the document. I just don't know what you're saying. Centros de pagos.
Sorry, sir, do you have a number for that document or a description that we can?
Oh.
I'm sorry, but I don't recall that as a mark exhibit.
Those are the 900 payment centers.
I'm sorry. This is not an exhibit of this proceeding. I don't think it has been requested to take administrative notice of any website.
We are talking about something called Centro Pago PDF. It's a payment center. It's a map. It has not, with apologies, it has not been identified as an exhibit. I don't know yet what the questions are. I don't know if the answers depend on the precise locations on this map. Let's see what the questions are, and if you wish to object, well, I will listen to the command.
Something first, the source of this document, just to have an understanding and for the witness to have an understanding of the source of this document.
Okay, thank you. That's a perfectly fair question. Give me a moment, please. Again, my apologies. This was a missed signal within the team, and we'll resolve it during the break one way or the other. And thank you for your alertness, counsel, as always. You keep us straight and narrow, and we'll all be fine. Thank you very much. All right.
In LUMA's efforts to reduce non-technical line losses, what is the extent to which advanced monitoring or software technologies may be applicable?
So that is exactly what AMI will do. It will give us that advanced monitoring.
And once that happens, will LUMA still need as many inspection teams in the field? If as indicated in the timelines and milestones, LUMA has completed field visits for disconnected customers and ensure that there's no theft.
So Potentially, we would need more crews. I don't see it, at least initially. Right now we can't really quantify, but until we can see how many alerts we are getting, but I don't see us having less theft, initially, which, eventually people will figure out. But again, it's customer education, because right now there is no automated alert. So if someone has tampered with their meter, it's very manual for us to find that out.
This is Commissioner Ramos, if I may. Out of the loss prevention program, once you identify somebody, can you, I guess, give a percentage of what it is or how it is that you're catching them? Is it 90% of the time? Is it meter tampering? Is it some other type of?
We deal with almost exclusively meter tampering is what my team deals with.
Okay, so that means if you swap out the meter, essentially you would catch 100% of the losses, right?
Right. In theory, once we have island-wide AMI meter deployment, then yes, we would have access to, real-time data and be able to significantly eliminate instances of theft.
Okay.
Obviously, nothing is 100%, but we would have access to more real-time data.
Okay. And then I presume we will give you the tools to catch those other types of theft that are not meter tampering.
Can you repeat that?
So you said 100% of the cases that you deal with in the loss prevention are meter tamperings.
Correct.
So if you change or swap out 100% of the meters, you would catch 100% of the loss prevention or the theft.
In theory, yes.
The ones that you deal with,
Yes.
because there's other ways of
Yes.
stealing
Yeah.
energy, right?
Yeah, there absolutely is. So we do experience where people are bypassing meters and doing various things like that to avoid the meter altogether.
Yeah.
Which obviously then swapping out the meter doesn't catch that. Physical inspection does. Some of the things that AMI could help out with as well is looking at changes in somebody's consumption that could flag for us. There is some other techniques that can be utilized as well because we're getting better data. But yeah, the easy one to catch is somebody actually tampering with the meter.
Okay. Just one more thing, Ms. Hanley, you mentioned or you testified just minutes ago, if we pursue criminal charges. That's what you stated. How do you decide or who decides if you pursue criminal charges? Because it is a criminal act, right?
The police department and the prosecutors. We've plenty of cases to them.
So you always refer them to the police department?
Not always, but larger ones, particularly commercial, large commercial. We've actually had a couple of successes where we have and charges have been pressed and monies have been recouped.
Okay. Thank you.
In the program brief 7.01, you talk about the fiscal year 2026 to 2028 focus. And Lewis states that activities in this section are based on the optimal budget. To what extent will the specified activities be deferred, reduced, or eliminated based on the constrained budget?
There is no delta for the energy irregularities team who owns this program brief in the optimal versus constrained budget.
And I'm just clarifying for myself, you did indicate, I think, that this is an existing program and it's not being enhanced with the proposal, it's just being continued with the proposal.
Correct, yes.
I had the same active gap question. Apparently, well, I don't know. It in the program brief, it was indicated that green indicates that the active gaps that are closed. I didn't see any green.
I think my team and I missed the green color needing to be updated in the instructions, because same thing. Yeah, some of these have been completed. No formal collections team or group of employees dedicated to collections activities. Formal dunning process did not exist. That is done. Underbilled account. No. So yes, this is another one where I think my team, we just had a miscommunication and didn't realize that there was a second piece to this. Missed that note. Yeah, because that second one is done, and then the second one from the bottom is also complete, because the team is consistently working reports.
Thank you. You indicated earlier that some of these capabilities are tied to the AMI deployment. Are any of the costs eligible for federal reimbursement? That being the case.
Current activities under this loss recovery program, no. The software that will be utilized to alert us when that tampering happens, that I believe is being covered by FEMA. There's no O&M investment for that particular piece of software. It's being covered by the AMI program and the federal funding. But day to day, none of this is FEMA reimbursable.
And somebody from LUMA is on top of differentiating what should go into base rates and what should be covered by federal reimbursement.
Yeah, for the AMI project, yes, they've got, yeah.
I would assume for every project, but for our discussion for the AMI project.
Yes, absolutely.
Okay. Could you explain Iltron's utility IQ and operations optimizer that you say will be deployed in fiscal year 2028?
That's the technical full name of the software that will be utilized to identify the theft.
And between now and 2028, is there a gap that's not being filled until this comes on board?
We will continue. We're not looking or requesting funding to recreate the wheel, invest in other, intermittent technology. The funding that we're requesting is to remain doing what we're doing, manually detecting the theft, doing what we can for now, understanding that when AMI comes, we'll be able to capitalize on, the technology that will become available.
And is funding for this requested in posed in your request for fiscal year 2028?
No, because that the optimizer will be included as part of the AMI project and federally funded, so there won't be an additional request from my team.
Okay. All right. Finished.
All right, let's see. We are close to the break point. I want to see if there's cross, and then we'll make a decision about when to take the break. Who would like to cross on the subject that we've been discussing, which is that combination that Mr. Mazza discussed of lost recovery and protection, revenue protection. Any cross on this subject? Sir? Okay, who else? Anybody else? Okay, well, let's take our 15-minute break, please.
Mr. Hempling, I'm sorry, I just have a small detail of the questions that I had. Once you catch somebody and you refer or not the case to the police, let's say it's a residential, I think LUMA has in it's entitled, I don't know if that's the correct word, to charge like a fee, like a una multa,
Fine.
like a fine.
Okay.
Is LUMA charging a $5,000 fine to people that do that?
No, we are charging for the consumption, the underconsumption that wasn't billed. My understanding is that the secretariat that PREPA used to have, because they were a government agency, we can't duplicate that. and that those fines were part of that. So no, at this time, we are not charging additional fines. We are back billing for the consumption.
What government agency did you say though?
I think they referred to it as the Secretariat. PREPA was kind of judge, jury, and executioner for energy theft. They had like their own mini court system, is how it's been explained to me internally. That's why none of these things were ever really pursued criminally, because they were their own mini unit within themselves that that did fine people and do things like this. But Luma does. My understanding is Luma does not have that same ability as a private operator.
Okay. Does Luma, I guess you don't want to expose the people, but does Luma ever publish like we caught so many people, or as a deterrent? You know what I'm saying?
No, I do. And actually, we've had conversations with the OIPC before, on this topic about energy theft. I mean, it was a while ago, but we don't really, but it's definitely something we could explore, doing in the future, because really it's from a safety perspective, because people meddling with electric equipment, I mean, someone could get killed. So really it's more, our messaging that we've always been interested in pursuing along the lines of energy irregularities has married up with our commitment to safety and wanting people to understand how dangerous it is, more than, to say, hey, we caught 20 people.
Yeah.
We do tend to find things in clusters. One person kind of figures out how to tamper with the meter, and then they do it for their 12 neighbors.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Yep.
Okay, again, Mr. DeLucio, do you have a rough estimate? Not trying to rush you, just curious. Okay, anybody else? Okay, colleagues, let's take our break. It's roughly 3:25. Let's come back at 3:40. Oh, shoot. Let's come back at 3:40 and we'll take cross, and then we'll do meter reading and billing and see where we stand.
And would be nice and comfy. Holy Hannah.
Okay, Mr. DeLucio, we have a few questions that Mr. Maz is going to follow up on before you, so you have that in mind before your cross starts. Okay, are we all ready to go? I want to thank everybody for their patience. I know it's especially Ms. Hanley for a long day here. And okay, so here's where we are, folks. Mr. Mazza needs to go just slightly backwards for a moment before the cross occurs, and he will tell you what he's going to talk about.
Thank you, Mr. Ampling. Two topics I'd like to address. The first is the exhibit that we alluded to earlier. It's the submission of the monthly report by LUMA with respect to the metrics. Can we put that up on the board and see if that's something we can agree to take a look at? Sorry.
Oh, no, and I was going to ask, sorry, this is Jahaira Laros on behalf of LUMA, if the consultant is going to request the Energy Bureau to take administrative notice, but because it has not been marked as an exhibit. And I don't know, what are we going to do with the document in
Okay.
terms of questioning the witness?
First of all, are you familiar with the document, Ms. De La Rosa?
I'm not.
Ma'am?
I'm not.
Okay. Ms. Hanley, are you familiar with this document?
My team submits numbers. They get reported monthly. I think it's a combination, I think, of like over 490 data points that get sent monthly,
Okay.
I believe.
Hold on. What I want to do with you for a moment is lay a foundation for what this document is. Then I'm going to see if your counsel is okay to ask you some questions about it.
Sure.
Okay. I don't know whether the questions are going to be specific to the numbers or not. So we're going to just go one step at a time. Okay, counsel? Okay, Ms. Hanley?
Yes.
Okay. First of all, does this document have a name?
It's I believe it's the monthly legacy metrics reporting.
Okay. And what does that phrase legacy metrics mean? What is legacy? What is metrics?
Legacy metric, these are the data points that were inherited that are reported monthly to the PREB that are carried over from PREPA.
Okay. What are these metrics measuring?
Oh, a multitude of things. I think there's over 490 data points.
Well, just give me one example so I know what we're talking about.
DSO, average speed of answer.
All right. And Mr. Mazzo, what subject do you want to talk about? Just let me know the subject, please.
Average speed of answer.
Okay, so just go to line 252 for a minute. Don't read any numbers. Tell me when you're there. Everybody relax. I'm just going to see if we can do this. If we can't, we can't. We'll see what we can do. Tell me when you're there, ma'am. Okay, do you see line 252?
I do.
What is the subject covered by line 252?
Average speed of answer.
Okay, average speed of answer.
Correct.
Are you familiar with this topic? Generally.
Generally, yes,
Does this topic come under your professional responsibility?
it does.
Okay. Well, right now, we're not going to put information about, and this is a monthly report that you submit to the Energy Bureau, is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. I'm going to take administrative notice of the fact that this document exists and has been submitted to the Energy Bureau. What date is on this document, ma'am?
I honestly can't, the font's too small.
Okay, well, it has does the normal document have a date on it, ma'am? Normally, is there a date usually associated with this document when it's reported?
Yeah, it's reported monthly, and this appears to have data up to the end of September of 2025.
Okay, I'm going to take administrative notice of the fact that this document exists and that it has been submitted. Before we go any further, is there any objection to my taking administrative notice of the fact of what I just said, counsel?
Yes, I would like to see, because I don't believe this document has been submitted as a standalone document. There must be a motion or a submission accompanying with that document, and I would like that document, if it exists, to be admitted via administrative notice as well, because it will be the complete package.
Okay, let me make sure I understand you. First of all, don't confuse me. Don't confuse me, but let's not use the word admitted and the word administrative notice in the same sentence, because if it's administrative notice, it doesn't need to be into evidence. This is how I would like to proceed, counsel, is we'll go one step at a time. Mr. Maz will ask his questions with this document here, and when we're done with it all, Given that I have assigned it the status of administrative notice, it doesn't need to be in evidence, but you will have overnight and another day if you wish to verify that this document is what it says it is, so that my ruling about administrative notice. Yes, ma'am.
Yes, my concern is only that we have the complete set of
Okay.
documents, taking into consideration for administrative notice and not only a part, because it says
Yes.
Exhibit 1. So
Okay.
I imagine there's a document that accompanied this submission.
All right. Thank you very much for that, really, as always, alertness. So what you'll come back to me with is your statement of what it is that you would like me to take administrative notice of. But again, it doesn't come into evidence. And right now, I just want to see what the questions are before we use up too much more time finding out what it is we're talking about. Mr. Brady, sir.
Yes, for the record, Corey Brady, speaking on behalf of the bondholder interveners. I would need to go back and check the orders, but I was under the impression that materials filed on other Energy Bureau dockets were not required to be taken administrative notice of, and so they could just be cited without having to be filed as exhibits.
That is 100% true. So there really is a redundancy between my saying that we're taking administrative notice and the fact that if we did that, we'd have to do that with everything else. But right now, I want to get to the question somehow without any more objections. So that's why I did that. But I appreciate your clarity as always.
Mr. Hempling?
Yes, ma'am.
I will like only to clarify that I understood your order was based on resolution on orders issued by the Energy Bureau, not other submissions.
However you want to play it, I have just ruled, subject to your checking on the size of the document, that I am going to admit this document, that I am going to grant this document the status of administrative notice document. That's where I stand right now, so I don't have to put it into evidence, and I want to see what Mr. Maz's questions are and whether our hardworking witness can help us answer those questions, and then we will deal with what we have. So, Mr. Mazza, please proceed with your questions, and thank you, all counsel, for your alertness and your help.
Thank you. If I could direct your attention to line 252. This goes to our discussion earlier about the speed of answer and the current speed of answer versus LUMA's goals for the speed of answer. And our conversation went from 4 minutes approximately to 1 minute approximately. And you alluded to the fact, I believe, and correct me if I'm wrong, that some of this goal was, if not all of it, was reflective of the performance metrics. So I looked at this document, which is a report on performance metrics, and I just looked at the last year of average speed of answer. And from October of 2024 to June of 2025, which is the majority of this past year to date, the average speed of answer was approximately a minute to a minute and a half. In July, it went up to 2 minutes and some odd seconds. And in September and October and August, it went to 4.5 minutes approximately.
Would you kindly confirm whether that is correct, ma'am?
That is correct.
Okay, make sure.
Thank you. Yes, I noticed the nod of the head, but of course, nobody else did. Okay. So my question is this. In that, the point you made, and correct me if I'm misinterpreting what you said, but I believe you said that the average speed of answer being approximately 4 minutes was in need of remediation, and LUMA wanted to bring it to the 1 minute mark approximately. Does this not indicate that basically it's been at the 1 minute mark for most of this year, and just recently in the last 2 months got to the 4 minute mark? So does that necessitate the expenditures that we discussed earlier to get it to the 1 minute mark when it's not generally at the 4 minute mark? It's been generally over the past year at the 1 minute mark approximately. That's my question.
So there's a couple of factors, at the beginning of the summer that would impact this. A, higher call volume because of generation shortfall events and outages. So this is where the request for additional overtime would come in to kind of shave those peaks. And then additionally, we have had a large amount of attrition over the last few months, and we have not backfilled all of those positions. So it's compounding those two factors, busier time of year and shortage of already approved headcount.
So does the already approved headcount require an additional budgetary
No.
funds? And no budgetary funds is proposed.
No, the only budget that is proposed related to average speed of answer is the increase in overtime budget to shave the peaks that are demonstrated here in the July, August, September timeframe due to increased call volume because of generation shortfalls and storm season.
And without looking further, to your knowledge, have those peaks repeated in prior years?
I would have to look to confirm, but
Okay.
looking at this right now, that is my
Okay. All right. That was it for my questions on this topic.
So, Counselor, Ms. De La Rosa, here's where we stand on this topic, but I want to think out loud with you and see what's most comfortable for everybody. We really have two options. Leave it where I said we left it. Leave it where I said, which is I rule that this is a document that is subject for which I am taking administrative notice, and you will come back and say, you know, the fullness of the document or just this exhibit, just this page. The alternative is that we just get it into the record as an exhibit. Is a very short line across. Personally, I'm indifferent to how we do this. Why don't you think about it overnight, Ms. De La Rosa? And if you prefer to have it an exhibit, this is a simple procedure by which we do that. And I think in the meantime, I'll consult with our appellate counsel and see what he prefers. But are you okay with having that choice? And you come back with your preference, ma'am?
Yes.
Okay, just remind me, let's come talk to me without substance first thing in the morning, and we'll figure out how best to handle it. Is that all right, ma'am?
Yes.
Okay, thank you for your patience. Was there another topic you want? All right, Mr. Mazza has one more topic, Mr. DeLucio, before we get there. Well, if you hang around for another 3 weeks, I'll get it right. I got Brady on the first try.
When we first alluded to customer payment centers earlier, I did not expect that to be the extent of the conversation on that topic. So I'd like to revisit that if you don't mind.
Sure.
When I asked you about that, as to whether there had been any consolidation or elimination of centers, you said no, if I'm not mistaken.
Not of payment centers, of regional offices, yes, but payment centers, no.
Okay. Could you explain the difference in a regional center versus a payment center?
A regional center is a facility that is owned or rented by LUMA and staffed with LUMA employees where customers can go and do a full range of activities. They can do anything that they could do on the phone with a customer service representative, including making payments. And the payment centers are non-affiliated places that you can just go and make a payment on your LUMA bill. Pharmacies, bakeries, drugstores, things of that nature. You could go to your grocery store and go up to the customer service counter and they, not just LUMA, but, other utilities as well. You can go pay your bill at that third party location.
And how many of each are there?
There are over 900 payment stations, which is the third party non-LUMA affiliated locations. And it escaped me earlier and I meant to verify during the break. We have, I believe, somewhere around 15 regional offices.
And those are being consolidated. Is that what you said?
Those are something that we're constantly monitoring customer volume and activity to make sure that the amount of traffic at the location warrants, paying rent or, staffing, with internal employees. So there's no plan at the moment, but that is something that we would, we continue to look at.
So the funding right now in the proposed budget, what does that include? The 17,
It includes maintaining what we have now is what the budget includes.
and if they're reduced, what will happen to that funding?
It would be, I mean, there wouldn't be significant savings associated, but they would likely be reallocated, to other areas. Because again, typically what we've done is we haven't reduced the head count. We've found other places, other open positions for displaced employees, and they have been reallocated to other areas given different jobs, and that continue to do is find other positions. So the only real savings would be if it was a rented facility, the rent for that facility. But if it's a Luma owned facility, there really wouldn't be tangible savings associated with the consolidation.
And if you know, what is the budget allocated to those 17 centers right now?
For O&M, I would have to double check. I don't have, because everything is separated by cost center, and I don't have that off the top of my head.
All right. And for the 900 payment centers, they are, I believe you indicated, non-affiliated centers where people can go and pay their bills, and that's it. So could you explain that? Is it drugstores and grocery stores and things like that, or what is that?
So they are actually, they're part of the current contracts that we have with payment processors with the banks. They're actually contracts, and they're included as part of that. So our payment processing, our existing contracts, they have, these banks have networks of these payment locations, and it's an added bonus, I would say.
So one bank may have 30 branches that are covered by your contract with that bank.
Yes.
Could you tell us what the cost of that is?
It would be wrapped up in the whole payment processing total. So the 28 million, I believe it is for fiscal year 26, it would be part of that. I don't have it broken out line item by line item.
And has there been any evaluation of the appropriateness of the 900 center figure and the corresponding, of course, expense of that, maintaining 900 centers?
It's not, my understanding is that it's not an additional fee. It is a benefit of partnering with these banks in some of the contracts. It's, they have this affiliated network, and we get access to those payment centers through those contracts. I have not read every contract word for word, but I do not believe we are paying additional funds to have these locations available to our customers to make payment. There's a transaction fee, obviously, that we're charged, but that's part of the payment processing budget.
So when you allude to the contract and this being a component of the contract, what exactly is the contract? Is that your contract by which you provide electricity to these banks, for example? What is the contract? Could you
Our
explain that?
contracts are there are payment processing vendors. We have contracts with each of the banking institutions that, flow payments through to us. So those details would be in the specific contracts for those banking institutions. So it has nothing to do with billing their electricity. This is a standalone contract with a financial institution for payment processing services.
Okay, that's what I thought initially. Then I thought you somehow said that was not the case. So what is the cost of those contracts with the banks? Is that the 28 million?
That's the 28 million.
That's the 28
Yes.
million. Okay.
Yes, sir.
Has there been any thought given to reducing the contracts and reducing the 28 million? Having a fewer?
Yes, part of that is that digital payments RFP that we spoke of that we're in the final stages of. I believe the contract is getting filed if it hasn't already, but we will be going to a single payment institution for digital payments. So we are consolidating that.
Okay, and I did say reducing, but could just the other way around, have you done an analysis to determine that 900 is the appropriate number? It shouldn't be, 100 more or 100 less, or how did you arrive at that number?
We didn't arrive at that number. That's what is made available to us through these existing contracts. Luma has, in my experience and based on the benchmarking we've done, we have more physical locations, both third party and standalone Luma locations, than any other utility, with a footprint much, much larger than what we have. Our customers have more ways to pay than almost any customer for any utility that I'm aware of.
And are you aware of an incremental benefit to that? If you had 800, would you still get the same level of customer convenience and customer satisfaction and customer more payments, for example?
I do not believe that we receive regular reporting on transaction totals at each of the 900 locations. So that's something that we would have to look into. At this time, I don't have that information.
Okay, thank you. That's it.
Thank you, Mr. Mazza. Let me take a poll again. Besides Mr. DeLucio, who else has cross-examination for the topics? Okay, sir, continue, please.
Thank you. I wanted to actually go back to my prior examination because we did talk during a break, and I believe the witness is prepared to give us the breakdown on the governmental entity side between the receivables attributable to the time when PREPA was in charge versus Luma is in charge. And I think you told us the gross total was $144 million.
Correct. As of October 31st, and there would have been payments made since then and new invoices created. So it's stale, but in the ballpark.
Okay, thank you. And how much of that is attributable to the PREPA time period versus the Luma time period?
So the 144 is strictly for Luma. There is a separate balance when you net out the debits and credits of about 2.4 million that some government entities owe from PREPA times.
Okay, thank you. And also, we have been talking with Luma's counsel and asked them to provide us similar information with regard to residential customers. And it sounds like they're working on it. I don't want to put words in their mouth, but it sounds like they're working on it and the parties are going to continue talking about it.
Okay, so the process that we have for this is something called late filed exhibits. If you want it as an exhibit, is that what you're expecting to do, is have it as an exhibit to go into the record, or you want to ask questions about it, or what?
I'd be happy just to have it put on the record through testimony, but if it's going to take a little while, it wasn't clear exactly how long.
All right, well,
It's going to take a little while.
all right, well, when you figure out what the substance is, figure out what the procedure is going to be.
We will.
Okay. By the way, I'll have a order coming out, I expect first thing in the morning, and I'll email it tonight on various updates to how to treat exhibits, but that's irrelevant to your point now. Is that it, sir? I continue.
Yes, thank you. Okay. Okay, so going back now to the loss recovery program. Has Luma actually reduced any non-technical losses to date through the program?
We've billed over $3.3 million, I believe, in non-technical losses since, in the past year, it's about 3.3 million.
And has it received any payment on those billings?
We have received payment on those billings. I know that we filed an RFI on this. It was probably a couple of months ago, but it's the collection rate is not high. And that actually leads back to the original, the payment application or lack of logic built into CC&B currently. And one of the initiatives that we need to take because right now those charges are not falling in and putting a customer on a disconnection for non-payment path, which is what our intention is, that those charges would make a customer eligible for a disconnection for non-payment.
Excuse me, I just want to make sure the transcript didn't get confused. So he was asking about non-technical losses. Is that correct, sir?
I was.
Correct.
Yeah.
Were you answering about non-technical losses?
Non-technical losses, yeah.
Right. So I have a layperson question. I thought I understood. My interpretation of your prior testimony is that there's no number sitting in the files for what non-technical losses is because it's not really measurable. Is that correct? Do I understand that correctly?
Yes.
Okay. So when counsel asked the question, your original question asked about, was there an improve? What was the original phrasing of the question,
Was
sir?
there a reduction in non-technical losses?
So the problem I had, not with your question, but with the topic, is that if you don't know what they are, then you don't know what's being reduced. And that's why your answer was, this is what we build, which was not perfectly an answer to his question, but the best you could do, I guess.
That's exactly it.
Okay. I don't know what you want to do with that, but I wanted to get that clear in my own mind, sir.
Okay. Well, in light of that, my next few questions may not be that productive, but let me ask them anyway.
Okay.
Does Luma expect to reduce non-technical losses in the upcoming 3-year period?
We plan to continue the manual activities that we are completing today in anticipation of the full AMI rollout and the software that will come along with that will make it more productive.
And has Luma performed any kind of analysis of the estimated reductions in non-technical losses that could be achieved over the next 3 years?
No, because we currently don't have anything to compare it to because we don't have boundary metering. So like that 3.3 million, I can't tell you what that's a percentage of. I can tell you what I build, but not, that it's 10%, 20% of the total.
If there's no estimate of the sort of benefit for the program, how can you be confident that it's worth the cost that'll be incurred to run the program?
Well, otherwise it's there. If there's no program and if there's no effort, then every kilowatt hour that is stolen, there's no reprieve, there's no repercussion. And, with this program, at least something is being done in the interim while we wait for the advanced technology AMI will bring.
But you can't quantify the
Correct.
something.
Correct.
Okay.
So I just want to make sure that everybody's clear what the dilemma is for the commissioners in light of this dialogue, to see if anybody can see if council can do more to undercut or the witness can do more to support. But what you are, first of all, when I hear your answer to this concept of reduction, the way I'm interpreting it for now, you can tell me, is there's going to be fewer losses than there would be absent your efforts. That's what you mean. It's the only thing you could possibly mean by reduction. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, but your answer to his question is still the same, that you have no idea whether the amount that you're going to spend to cause this result is worth the amount we're going to spend. The last answer is, well, if we didn't do anything, people would just think it's all for free and we'll get worse and worse and worse. That's how I interpreted your answer. Is that a fair interpretation or is it an incorrect interpretation?
That's a fair interpretation, because absent any effort, then just the theft goes undetected. There's $0 collected. There's $0 billed.
Well, you can always just rely on people being honest and hope it works out, right? But in other words, your position is that spending some money to deter and detect and address is
Correct.
better than just relying on people's honesty.
1,000%. And it's a presence, Kevin's team, there's been multiple times that they've gone into communities, almost like a sting operation, we work collaboratively with the police. They sometimes, provide information and his team will go. So, I mean, it's the optics of it, even the optics of taking action on that is going to hopefully, prevent blatant theft until we can get the technology in place that we need.
All right. Well, right now, what I'm hearing is, if I'm advising the Bureau as to what to write in its final order, I use the word, quote, Luma is, quote, hopeful, close quote, that the amount that the Bureau is approving will produce some kind of result. Is that basically the sum of what you're saying?
It's prudent utility practice. There's always going to be, and even in utilities that have a full rolled out, fully stabilized AMI program, they're going to have some semblance of a theft department. This is not a Puerto Rico problem. This is an electric utility everywhere in the world problem.
Right. Well, again, but what council is asking about, and I'm very interested in the way he's going about doing it, is it may be prudent utility practice to have a program, which is what you just said. But what he's asking about is whether it's prudent utility practice to spend the kind of money that you're talking about. And, if he wants to follow up, he can. But I just want to make sure that I understood what was going on here. Thank you.
I have nothing further on. Thank you. Yes. Okay.
Is Mr. Burgermeister the person who is going to talk, answer questions about CBES?
It will be both of us.
Okay, we will get to that today. I absolutely promise you. Okay, and we're way ahead of schedule, it turns out, but we will do the best we can to get to you. We will get to you today. Okay.
How does Luma currently read customers' meters?
Mr. Burgermeister, for the record, two things really. The main one is the current set of meters that we have operational on the island are called AMR. So they are automated metering technology with that, and we can take in meter readings in an automated process. That's how the vast majority of it is completed. Those that have technical problems with the read, we have to go out and physically read the meter, which is a truck roll, take some costs. We're probably at a point of 20 to 25,000 meter reads that we have to do physically.
And where in the budget are the meter reading costs actually incurred?
That sit in the operational budgets.
Of which department?
Operations.
Operations. And when do you expect that Luma will phase out fully manual meter reading? Is that when AMI is going to be fully implemented?
Essentially, there still will be needs to do truck rolls and check on meters and do work on them, so it doesn't completely go away, but we'll be able to significantly reduce the number of truck rolls.
And you said this was in operations, being built operations, is that correct? In your testimony or in one of Luma's filings, is that discrete cost isolated?
No, it's not. It falls within a team that we call our metering and low voltage group. So that cost center covers a whole multitude of things. I don't have a breakdown of actual meter reads.
Is there a cost associated with it that you can provide?
For that entire cost center, I could, which again would include more things than just meter reading.
And what are the other things that it includes?
So those are the groups that do any types of service orders, which could be disconnects and reconnects, customer complaints, things like that. Anything that's on the downstream side of the service drop transformers with the low voltage. That also includes our metering team, does all our meter testing and confirmation of accuracy of meters back in the shop, those various types of costs.
So that would all relate with revenue protection then?
Not totally. There's a lot more to it than just revenue protection.
A good component of it does sound to me like it's revenue protection.
The actual physical actions of revenue protection, going doing the disconnects and reconnects. Now, some of those disconnects and reconnects will just be as a matter of course. Somebody moves out of their home and they want to be disconnected, moves into a property, wants to be connected. So those are included there as well.
And do you have the cost center figure?
Again, I don't have the cost center in front of me, no.
But it is in the testimony.
There won't be all the way a breakdown. Again, the operations amounts cover a multitude of different cost centers, and I don't believe there is a breakdown. Maybe getting back into the have to look at some of the schedules that were put in there to see if there is a line item for that cost center. I can't recall.
Are any of the programs we spoke about today, in particular, of course, AMI, but any of the other ways that customers could pay meters or any pay bills or anything else we discussed, will that result in a reduction to the necessary costs in that cost center?
Not in a net way, no. And the reason for that is, again, of all the multitudes of things that are happening there, We would have talked back in my testimony, talking about the operational elements about work requests. And then we have a significant backlog of that work in a matter of 300,000 work requests that we're not able to get at and finish and complete. So as we gain reductions in one area, we have to take those employees and move them over to start tackling some of these other parts of the work. So in a net perspective, no.
Is there a budget proposal associated with the backlog that you just described?
For the work requests, again, we've melded that because it's the same team that has all of these multi functions that they do, and individual people will do different functions on different days of the month. So we've got our view is the step back, look at the full scope of work that we need to do, and we are looking at managing that team with no additions across this rate case period, but being able to move work around to be able to manage it in the most cost-effective manner.
And did you state when manual meter reading will be fully phased out?
It will when the AMI is completed.
And how will that affect the customer care and billing system? Will that be phased out?
No, CC&B will remain. It's from a CC&B perspective, we're just getting it'll just be a different input of the meter reads. And that's really the only difference. Like the core functionality of CC&B will remain the same. Just instead of getting meter reads from the AMR system, we'll be getting them from the AMI system. I'm oversimplifying it, but there's no plans or need to change CC&B because of the switch to AMI. There's work that needs to be done. Yeah, it's just the input changes.
It's an input, whether it's manual or AMI.
Correct. The meter reads flow into the system. Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
How about billing accuracy and back office? What will happen with that program? Will there be any impact?
That program continues. Again with from the AMI perspective, it will increase bill accuracy because they're in theory, as long as meters are installed and the network communication system is up and working and is successful, we will be getting more regular meter reads. So we should see a reduction in exceptions. They will not be an elimination of exceptions, but we should see a reduction of exceptions, particularly bills that get kicked out for what's called a high-low, meaning that the meter read, either the system thinks it looks too high or too low based on expected usage because of prior estimates. But the billing accuracy SRP is largely around CC&B data cleanup and standardization. There's not really much in there about the input of the meter read data.
Is that being upgraded? Is part of your proposal to upgrade the billing accuracy and back office program?
Not in this rate case, no.
It's not.
Yes.
Okay. Does the customer experience optimal budget assume any incremental cost savings from AMI enabled remote disconnect, reconnect, and improved billing accuracy on billing revenue collection?
Not as part of this rate case because we don't anticipate the AMI to be fully rolled out and the benefits realized until after this rate case period concludes. But that would be a factor for the next rate case.
And when do you expect AMI to be fully implemented?
End of 2028, I believe. 3 years. 3 years.
3 years, okay. That's what I have on meter reading and billing.
Any cross-examination on this topic? Okay, let's.
Mr. Hempling, Commissioner Ramos here. I don't know if this is the correct place to ask this, but does LUMA have meters in their facilities, in your facilities?
Yes, we do.
Do you know where in the revenue requirement the cost of that energy is located?
I don't.
Okay. That's it. Thank you.
Any cross? Okay, we're doing very well here today. Thank you. So Mr. Maz is now going to address on the agenda AMI. Right? AMI customer information. Very quickly, I've got on the agenda here EV implementation support, but I have notes that says take it out unless Ms. Hanley has something. I'm not sure what that means, but I think somebody contacted me. Go ahead, ma'am. Yes, please.
We already had the discussion on EV
Okay. Well,
last week.
okay. Well, that's why I have brackets around it. It's already been done.
Yes.
Okay. And we will get to CBS. I absolutely promise you. Okay. So we'll talk about AMI customer information. Thank you, Mr. Mazza.
Thank you. You state that customer programs administers net energy metering, energy efficiency, demand response, EV, and microgrid programs, and that only key accounts and EV time of use pilot managements are funded through base rates. For fiscal year 2026, what is the total customer experience O&M cost included in the base rates that is specifically tied to AMI customer education?
The AMI customer education, that actually wouldn't fall under my budget. That's a dedicated project team that falls under Pedro Melendez.
And what department is that?
Capital programs,
Capital programs.
correct.
So, for example, well, maybe you can explain to me some of the methods by which customers are educated on AMI.
Sure. So it has been a very big topic. Our communications team has done a great job. We have monthly bill inserts. We also produce a digital monthly customer newsletter that gets sent to every customer that we have an email address on file for. Additionally, we are doing outbound campaigns, postcards, letting customers know when we're going to be in their neighborhood. And then there have also been press releases, and we have a bunch of people that, you know, much more well-spoken than I that go and do, you know, media interviews and, you know, things of that nature to get the information out to the public. And also our website. We have a dedicated area of our website that's specifically customer education on AMI, what it is, what to expect, progress, things of that nature.
Okay, just taking the website for a minute, I would imagine, and correct me if I'm wrong, that the cost of the website is going to be the cost of the website, and it would only be the component of upgrading that information with developing the information and then upgrading the website to include it would be the AMI related expense. Is that
Correct.
And as far as the postcards you mentioned, the newsletters, the other types of media exposure or customer information bill inserts, have you identified the expense for those different outlets?
So the again, under that would fall under capital programs. The costs directly related to the postcards that go out, that is funded separately through the AMI project. The bill inserts, that is par for the course. It's not an added expense. It's, you know, it's a bill insert like you get with, you know, any bills that kind of highlights topics. So there's no added expense there. And then other than the internal communications team time to develop that digital newsletter, there's no added expense there either.
So you separated the AMI project funding the postcard. Does that come from base rates?
That does not. No, that is.
Where does that come from?
That's federally funded.
It's federally funded.
That's federally funded. There's a separate bill print or a separate print contract and all of that for those postcards and door hangers.
Are any other expenses relating to AMI customer education federally funded?
I do not believe so because there's not really additional costs through those other channels that we're discussing. We would still send a bill insert. We would still send the digital newsletter. And the website, again, minimal cost to do content updates.
Are there any, what I'll characterize as physical interactions with customers to educate them about AMI?
The team, there is a group of people, including some CX members, that go out to there's legislative fairs that happens around the island, and Luma has a presence and attendance there. And there have been meetings in what I'll call, high risk or maybe areas where there's safety related issues. The AMI team interfaces with ambassadors in those areas. For public housing, there's been interactions with that team, but I wouldn't say there's like a dedicated road show, going around the island for AMI education. We're leveraging already existing interaction opportunities.
And where's the funding for example, the extent of the interaction that you just discussed? Is that through your department?
It would be spread across. I mean, it's not like it's a full-time job. It might be, a couple of times a month we'll send a CX representative or two to one of these, legislative fairs, and our government affairs team and, public affairs and stakeholder engagement, I believe, also have some attendance there. So it's spread across.
So to recap, and again, correct me if I'm wrong, generally the cost for AMI education, as you're characterizing it, is either not very large or spread across other departments. Is that?
Yeah, that's fair. The only true expense is 100% taken care of by or supported by federal funding through the capital programs team.
We said small or minimal of the non-federally funded expenditures. Can you characterize that, or can you quantify that to any extent? We're talking 100,000, 2 million. What are we?
For the non-federally funded? No, I mean, you're talking fractions of an FTE. So from a CX perspective, probably less than $100,000. But it's not a dedicated AMI. A question about AMI may come up in an interaction with a customer at these legislative fairs. So it's not dedicated. So, say it's 2 full FTEs, it's a fraction of the time that they spend.
Okay. So, but there must be, and is there a dedicated AMI customer education program that Luma is undertaking?
There's a dedicated AMI team that handles all the communications with customers, like those postcards, maintaining the websites, having those interactions with, like the public housing, or high risk areas where there's safety concerns when we go in to change those meters. But anything that is an additional cost is covered under federal funding under the capital programs team.
Is there a comprehensive plan that's being carried out to educate customers about AMI?
There is members of there's dedicated communication staff that they're not fully dedicated, but there's one of their work items is working with the AMI team for that communications plan. I don't know the specifics of it. That would be Lorenzo, one of my peers. He controls the communications portion of Luma.
Are any of the new FTEs that you're proposing to be dedicated primarily to AMI?
No, they are not.
Can you differentiate, just by way of summary, the specific external communications, advertising, and marketing contracts that are funded through base rates versus the ones that are federally funded?
I cannot. That would be under the communications team purview. I don't own any of those contracts or have details about them.
And any AMI education, I would imagine, is slated to conclude when, well, I take that back. It probably is not. How will this coordinate with the actual implementation of AMI?
AMI is being implemented. They're out there installing meters right now today. So it is ongoing. And the plan is to continue, with AMI, you have to roll out in sectors, in areas, because that's how your network communication, is set up. So, the communication will continue, the mailing of the postcards, letting them know that we're coming, door hangers saying, hey, we missed you, call us to schedule an appointment. And I mean, eventually we will reach a point where we phased out the current existing meter type, and AMI won't be a special project. It'll just be the way we meter and the way that we bill post full implementation.
And full implementation, I know you didn't have an exact date, but it would be post 2028.
3 years in 2028. Yes.
In 2028.
Yep.
So that would spill over into hypothetically the next rate case.
Potentially for the beginning of the next rate case, but that's still to be determined. That is the plan, but we don't know what roadblocks, knock on wood, we don't run into any, but if we, run into roadblocks with that implementation plan, yes, it could potentially push further out.
Are conventional meters still being replaced as conventional meters if they're defective or for any other reason?
Yes, they are. And that again is included some details in my testimony under operations, as well as through some RFIs that were there. So what we are doing with that is we can recycle some meters. So as they're coming out, we can test them, verify that they're still functional and accurate. And those ones can be used instead of buying new ones to go back out. It doesn't save a lot of cost. But then you're not stranding a brand new asset. You're realizing an old meter instead of bringing a new one in. Where it also does is the net meters. Those are new meters that have to go in. We have to install a new meter for that, and for new connections, it has to be a new meter. So those are the three buckets they sit in. So all detailed in RFIs we have on the record.
And existing conventional meters that need to be replaced can't be replaced with federally funded AMI meters?
Yes and no. The program has to work in that we have to do it in specific areas because of the communication requirements. We can't just pick and place AMI meters around the island because then they can't communicate.
You need the backbone. Is that
you need the communication backbone, so you have to do it in a logical process.
And will there be any diminution of the number of staff necessary to maintain AMI meters versus conventional meters?
There will be, again, in my operation testimony, there is an increase in our meter techs. And the reason for that is because now the metering actually gets higher grade of technology, has a lot more information involved with it, and requires some more people focused on there. What we're able to do, when I talked about we can take some of our other employees where the workload reduces, and we're going to upgrade them so that they can take on those more technological roles. So it's some repurposing of existing people to be able to do that for the most part.
Okay, thank you. Thank you both.
Question is whether there's any cross-examination on this topic. And before I forget, I hope there's no objections. Is there any cross-examination on anything that happened today? I don't want to leave the record unaddressed. Because if not, we're going to go to redirect at this time. Anybody? Sorry?
Me.
Yes, sir, please.
I want to refer to the exhibit 1 that we had on the screen before that's hasn't been admitted as an exhibit. Yeah, please.
Omar, let's get that the last document you had up there, the one that we had all the amicable conversation about.
It's line 243 on the T&D tab. This is a metric that Luma,
Is Hanley, tell me when you're there. 243.
243, Omar. 243.
Do you see 243 yet? All right, let's get to 243, Omar, please. All right, I just want to know what that line item is, please.
It says technical losses as a percentage of net generation.
Let me know when you see it, ma'am.
I think this might be a Kevin.
All right, let me know when you're there, Mr. Burgermeister.
Yeah, we can see it there.
Okay, tell me what this line item is, Mr. Burgermeister.
It says technical losses as percent of net generation as a percentage.
All right, are you familiar with this topic, sir?
Somewhat, yes.
What does that mean?
I have not been involved in doing this calculation. And I know it marks as generation. I'm not sure who the best witness would be to speak to this.
All right. What do you know about this subject, if anything?
So this is, as Ms. Hanley had spoken to, although we do calculate this percentage, I'm not familiar enough about how it's calculated, because the problem is we don't have the meter accuracy to
Okay.
do a really good job of this. But obviously we're required to do it, so we do it in some way.
All right, well, let's see what the question is, and if you can't answer it, just say so, sir. Go ahead, Commissioner, please.
Essentially, my question was, we've been referring to mitigating non-technical losses, which are the electricity thefts, right? And we know how much energy Genera is generating. Genera and the rest of the IPPs are generating, and we know how much Luma is selling through the meters, the ones that's actually being metered. So we can calculate an entire loss, right? That would be what's generated versus what's being sold. So that would that whole number would be the line losses and the technical losses and the non-technical losses. In this case, what concerns us now, the theft. So I guess I won't receive an answer to my question, but there is this percentage that Luma is reporting as technical losses as a percentage of generation. Essentially, what I'm trying to get to is there has to be a way to estimate the cost, or the money that we're losing essentially monthly. There's a tab here in this document that says methodology, and it refers to that. If you go to methodology, line 44, essentially this refers to some study carried out by Preva in the mid-2000s. I would just like to give you a homework and try to figure out, if you could, next time is Mr. Burgermeister, are you coming back?
Yes, I am.
You are? Okay. Essentially, if you could, when you come back, try to have an explanation of how this actually works, because that methodology doesn't really, to me, it doesn't really add up. And see how we can use that to be able to actually calculate how much potentially we could determine that are non-technical losses or the theft?
Certainly, we can take it away and see what the assumptions are that are associated with this. That's what I suspect is happening, is there are some significant assumptions being made to come up with an actual number,
Okay.
which then leads to your level of accuracy. I don't know if we can put a plus minus percent
Because
on the back of that on our uncertainty level.
I know the gross generation versus the sales or the forecasted sales, it's a lot. It's like 20%. So that would mean that if you're saying, if Luma is reporting that 8% are non-technical losses, I mean technical losses, that would mean 12% theft. That's just unacceptable, right? It's not real,
That would be highly unlikely.
right? Well, I failed to include something there. It's the actual energy use inside the plants. I think that's what's missing here. So,
You don't consider, by the way, we call that station power. Is that correct, Mr. Burgermeister?
Yes, and depending where your meter locations are, whether that's taken off before or after, or how it's metered, would be taken into consideration.
You do not include station power in non-technical losses because it's not a loss.
It's not a loss, no.
All right, it's a cost of service that the customers pay for, because without it, you wouldn't have your refrigerators running. You couldn't keep your beer in there to drink during your time off, right?
No, you would not be able to.
Okay.
and related to that comment, I asked just prior to this question, I asked where in the revenue requirement is Luma's cost of electricity. I have some questions regarding that, but I would like to, for you as the same, it's part of the same homework, try to find out if that's anywhere in the revenue requirement, because my perception is that it's not there.
Can you expand on that? What do you mean by not fair?
Well,
May I?
yeah, I don't see anywhere in the revenue in the petition a cost for the energy that Luma's using. Let me ask you, Ms. Hanley, you have experience in other utilities. How is this dealt with in other utilities?
Typically, it's a line item. You bill, you receive invoices. I, one time in my last prior life, sent a termination notice to my own
To
company.
yourself?
Yes, basically.
So great. So do you produce Luma bills?
I have to double check on that. I would assume yes, but I can't say that I've ever been asked this question or confirmed. So I'm going to have to confer with my team and see what happens.
Okay. As part of the quarterly reconciliation that we approve here in the Bureau, there's this line item called authority use. Essentially, that is supposed to be the sum of all the energy that's being consumed by all the Pre-AP meters, if you will, I guess, the ones that are under Luma now, and perhaps some of the ones that are still under Pre-AP.
Can you clarify where's this authority use line item?
Okay,
Just, I don't think I understood.
so on a quarterly basis, Luma submits a petition to the Bureau where we reconcile the fuel costs and the power purchase costs.
Yeah, okay.
Okay, so as part of that exercise, there's a line that's called authority use. And the way that works is that it's subtracted from the cost.
Okay.
And I've been doing this for years, and just recently I realized that there's something wrong there. And I think I've been trying to figure out where exactly this would fall into the rate case, and I think this is a good place because it has to do with metering. But essentially that cost, that authority use cost, is subtracted from the cost of fuel for some reason. And for me, the effect that has is to create a deficit on the fuel cost. Because if Luma is not paying for it and the ratepayers aren't paying for it because we're subtracting it, it's like we're creating a bigger hole. So I guess two items in the homework. First of all, the technical loss metric, and then these I guess three. Is Luma billing itself? And the third one would be what goes into the authority use amount on a quarterly basis.
Were you also asking, sir, where, if anywhere, in the revenue requirement, the costs and potentially the associated revenues is located? Was that one of your questions, sir?
Yes, that was my original question, I believe. So, thank you. Do you build Panera for its power?
I would imagine, but I cannot confirm until I talk to my team and have someone do a deep dive and double check. But I'll add that as number 5 on the list.
Okay, thank you.
Once again, you either bill Panera as a customer or you incur the cost of serving them, which cost has to be reflected somewhere.
Understood. We just have to confirm.
Thank you. Okay, let's look at our situation, colleagues, because it's 4:45, and I'm not sure yet how we should go about what's left to do today. So let me think out loud with you and ask some questions so we can do the right thing by everybody. First of all, Ms. De La Rosa, do you prefer to do your redirect now, or do you prefer to do your rect in the morning? I didn't say you're going to get what you want, but I want to know what your preference is.
Well, I would like to do my redirect today, if that is possible.
Okay.
But I don't know what are the plans with the witness if we're aiming to finish today.
Okay. Well, let's just keep thinking out loud and get all the data. Give me a rough estimate of what you think you're going to need. Half hour, 45 minutes?
45 minutes, yes.
Okay. So that's one piece of information. Let me just go through the list for a second. Second piece of information is the housekeeping matters that I have, and I've created a list, and actually, since it's so long, I'm going to send it around to everybody, plus we can post it, but I'll email it to all parties so that you can follow along. But if we include that conversation, if we include the following two topics, well, one topic I know we're going to include, which is how to proceed with respect to the Supreme Court decision on negligence liability. We need to figure out what we're going to do about that in terms of this proceeding, at least have a discussion without making decisions. But I also want to have a conversation with you, as I indicated yesterday, about administrative notice. So let me ask that question first. I sent last night a color-coded spreadsheet. Everybody remember that? and I asked you whether you cared about having that conversation this afternoon or Tuesday afternoon. Are you ready to, my question is, are you ready to have the conversation this afternoon? Let me start with Luma. Are you ready to have the conversation this afternoon, or you prefer to have it Tuesday afternoon? Comments, Luma?
Arguments are on the record, and we're basically standing by those arguments.
I'm sorry, I cannot hear you, ma'am.
Our arguments are on the record.
I know that.
The record, and we are standing by those arguments.
I know that.
So
you don't care whether we do it today or tomorrow?
exactly.
Okay. Does anybody else have a care as to whether we do it today or tomorrow? I'm not sure there's going to be any arguments, but because I'm trying to avoid the arguments, that's why I want to have the conversation. Mr. Brady, go ahead, please.
Yes, either way is fine for us.
Okay. All right. So we have that data point. Now, next question.
Mr. Hempling, this is Eric Stoltz for the intervener committee. We are fine either way as well, and I expect we'll have a few things for then, whichever way that occurs, today or tomorrow.
All right. By the way, let me just check on that for a moment again. I want to try to get to her redirect. Mr. Brady, help me out with one thing. I know that you withdrew 5 items, and my question is there anything left of your items? In other words, do you have a dispute remaining, or was those 5 the totality of what you had originally said? I lost track of the numbers, so go ahead.
Yes, for the record, Corey Brady speaking on behalf of the bondholder interveners. We withdrew the ones that Luma objected to, so I believe there's just one remaining, which you had highlighted green.
Which means what? That I want to hear about it? Is that what the green meant?
I mean, my understanding is it's undisputed.
Right.
It's just legislative resolutions.
Okay, but if I remember, green meant I want to hear people talk about it so I can make up my mind. Is that correct?
I think that was the code.
Okay.
Yeah.
Right, sorry, I just couldn't remember. Okay. And with respect to what we do with tomorrow, which is the real question, I did learn that we could do tomorrow afternoon the topics that I had originally asked about, which were the in the multi-utility panel, the items that are designated subparts L and M, that's information technology, which includes a confidential cybersecurity portion, and then the physical security. And I did learn that we could do that tomorrow afternoon. Am I correct so far, Council for Luma? Okay, so now my question is, right in front of 40 people, do you know whether we can do it in the morning? Do you have that information yet? And I know I asked very shortly ago. Yes, ma'am.
Margarita Mercado for the record. They can be here at 1 p.m., not in the morning. So both witnesses, we could do an early start in the afternoon.
Okay.
If that.
All right. And just moving down the list of things to speculate about, do you think that we can start multi-utility tomorrow in the afternoon? Does anybody, okay, relax, I'm not going to make anybody do the impossible. I'm just trying to gather information. Ms. Vasquez, welcome back. What do you want to tell me about multi-utility earlier than Wednesday? Not a possibility?
I would have to check with the client.
Okay. It's kind of late to do that to somebody.
Yeah.
I understand. I'm not going to ask the impossible. I hesitate to lose time tomorrow because I've been the one complaining about, but these things happen. Sometimes we underestimate, sometimes we overestimate. And I do think the multi-utility panel will be problematic in terms of its time. Okay, so here's where we stand.
Mr. Hempling?
Yes, who's speaking?
Council Natalia Sayas
Yes,
for
ma'am.
PREPA.
Yes, ma'am.
I will also have to check with our client, but I don't think they're available to start the
All right.
multi-utility cost panel tomorrow.
Okay, so some people may have some free time tomorrow to work on the case back in their office. That's the way this looks. So here, Ms. De La Rosa?
Yes, I just wanted to add, and I forgot, I have cross-examination for Mr. Sanabria.
Of course you do.
So we have.
Of course you do. Yes, so that would occur. Thank you. That would occur after you do your redirect. Okay, so here's my summary of where we stand, colleagues. Everybody ready? Yes, ma'am, what? Something else, Ms. De La Rosa?
I think we can do, if it's more convenient for everybody, we can do a redirect and cross-examination tomorrow morning, since the multi-utility panel will not begin until 1.
Well, what I'm hesitant to do is have people come at 9 in the morning and then spend an hour and then wait around for 3 hours and have nothing to do. We don't want to do that either.
Okay.
I would rather ask you to stay another 45 minutes and then you get the whole morning off. Does that make more sense, Ms. De La Rosa?
That's okay.
Okay, because that's where I think we're headed. So let me summarize. I just want to do what's good for everybody. Let me summarize where I think we are. Number one, we do the redirect now. Okay. Number two, we do my housekeeping because some of it's kind of important, and I do want to, and it'll take about a half hour. Okay, so yeah, I just saw my eyebrows go up. So we may be here till 6. Okay, but then we get the morning off, and we come back at 1 o'clock. Did I hear 1 o'clock? We come back at 1 o'clock, and we do the portions of multi-utility that I alluded to, which are parts L and part M. Is that an accurate summary of what people think I've decided? And is that okay with everybody? Ms. De La Rosa?
Cross-examination for me, sir.
And that, okay, and that would occur before we start the L and M, yes?
Okay.
Okay, you remind me one more time and I'll remember, okay? All right, before we leave today. Everybody have the plan? We'll go ahead, 1 second. Mr. Sanabria, you're going to be here tomorrow. You will be willing to, you'll be here tomorrow in the afternoon. Okay, well, thank you for that accommodation. How long is your cross, by the way?
An hour.
Do you have any other reason to be here tomorrow? Okay, well, then I'm starting to think that we should leave the house. I'll tell you what, I can put all the housekeeping in a note overnight, except I do want to talk about the Supreme Court decision today. But so what I'm thinking now about is rather than, I got to do CBS, but that's 5 minutes. CBES, that's 5 minutes. All right, so let me start all over again. We do redirect now. No, I'm so sorry. 1 second. We do redirect now, right? I do a small portion of the housekeeping this evening. We do the cross of Mr. Sanabria now, reverse the order of 2 and 3. I send a note out tonight about all the other housekeeping, and we discuss all that tomorrow afternoon after we finish L and M of the multi-utility panel. I'm seeing nods in a positive direction. We good? Yeah, I'm going to do CBES today. Okay.
Ms.
Okay.
Margarita Mercado, for the record, on the liability waiver piece, I have to tell you that I haven't been able to meet with my client to go over it and read the decision. So maybe it's a better discussion for tomorrow to give us time to assess with the client. I've been here, so I haven't been able to talk with them.
What I want to do tonight is at least lay out what I think are the questions that we have to decide when we talk about it tomorrow. So at least we all have some common start to what we're talking about. Okay, so once again, let's get back to work. We're going to have redirect. No, you're gonna do your you do your redirect. Okay, I'll do the CBS first. I'll do my CBS questions. You'll do redirect. We'll have a very short discussion about the Supreme Court decision, and then I will send a note out later tonight with all the other housekeeping matters, and we'll handle them tomorrow after we do items L and M on the cybersecurity on the multi-utility panel. And we will start, we said 1 o'clock, is that correct? That's when the people can come? All right, does somebody write that down because I've forgotten it already? You have that, Ms. De La Rosa? Okay. All right, what are we starting with, Ms. De La Rosa? What's first?
Mr. Hempling, can we take like a 3-minute break?
No, we can take a 5-minute break.
Okay.
And you've been a very patient. And so 1 second, please. What are we going to start with?
Yes, I believe.
Okay. All right, let's take a 5-minute break. I appreciate everybody's patience, really. I'll see you back at 5 after 5. Again, I thank you for your patience. This has been a long day for all of you, and we have two and 4/5 weeks, long weeks ahead. I have some very brief questions about the customer battery energy sharing program. And Mr. Burgermeister, is you our person today? Oh, it's both of you. Yes. Okay, Ms. Hanley and Mr. Burgermeister. So let me just get the background clear so that the transcript is clear. This is my understanding. November 2023, Luma launched this customer battery energy sharing program, right?
Yes.
Okay. All right. I know I don't ask for essay questions, but give us a short paragraph about what this program does, please.
Essentially makes use of the customers' batteries. So this is in more of the residential type environment where customers have solar plus batteries. We can utilize some of their battery storage through aggregators. We don't do it directly. So aggregators are the ones that do it because we're talking tens of thousands of customers get coordinated when we call on this. And what we utilize it for is to help offset situations where we could potentially be going into a generation shortfall to try and prevent a load shed.
So you started with 5 aggregators?
I'm not clear on the total number that we started with.
Roughly?
Somewhere around there, yes.
Okay. What do these aggregators do?
So that they are able to do all of the coordinates. So we would contact them to make a call for so many megawatts. They would have to reach out to, they aggregate all of the customers together, and they would now approach the customers and get commitments from the customers to take part in that event for that period.
So what do? Do they knock on doors and say, I see you have a battery in the back of your house, let's talk? Or how does that work? If you know.
Yeah, I'll say I don't, but because it's such thousands of customers, they'd have to have an automated process for doing the call.
Well, how do they find? Sorry?
Said, yeah, we're up to 80,000 customers take part in this now.
How do they find these people who have batteries then to make contact with them? How do the aggregators find them?
I'm not clear on how they actually approach them.
You have no idea?
I don't know.
Okay. You do, Ms.
My understanding is that it's largely through the people that sell and install the battery systems to the customers.
Oh. Okay. So, well, my notes here say you have a total of 3440 new customers, but that was as of March 2024. How many say you have now?
80,000.
Well, how'd you get that? How'd you get from 3440 to 80,000 in 18, 19 months?
So that again would be the aggregators and us actually requesting to get up to a higher level.
Yeah.
Than what we originally were at. Now the 3440, if that's where they originally had started, it's been growing rapidly. And I think part of that is that people talk. And say, I can make use of my batteries, make a little bit of money on the side with this, and it's ramped up. There's been a very strong uptake of it.
Well, tell me a little bit about the flow of money. Is there a contract between the aggregator and the person who owns the battery?
Yeah, yes, there would have to be, yes.
So it's a shared savings between those two entities contractually?
So what we do is we pay $1.25 per kilowatt hour.
To whom?
To the aggregator, I'm assuming, and they then send it to the customers.
Okay. And so in the revenue requirement, that $1.25, is that in the revenue requirement?
No.
It's in the fiscal year 20. It's in the budget, but it's not part of.
It's in the rider. It's in the rider.
Yeah, it's in the
PPA.
Yeah, PPCA.
It's a cost that's in the PPAC.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, good. So now I'm getting to the questions that I was told to ask by my colleague who knows this subject better. Are you still on the pilot, or are you in the permanent program now?
Yeah, I don't know if you want to call it a pilot. We're into what we call the plus program. We've expanded.
The what?
We're like a CBS Plus. element now. We're expanding it because it has been successful.
So I guess the impression I got from my colleague is that there was such a thing called a pilot, capital P program, and then there was such a thing called a P permanent program. That's not correct, it sounds like. There's just one program that's getting bigger?
Yes, it's been expanding. So
Okay.
I'm not really clear on the pilot permanent side of it, to be honest with you.
So you're not aware of some difference between the program that you started with and the program that you have today in terms of the rules, the payment process, or anything else? That was the impression somebody had.
Yeah, I'm not clear, and I don't know if you can help with that, sir.
My understanding is similar. There's no difference between what we're calling a pilot and what's actually occurring.
Okay.
Right now.
So once again, I think I'm almost done. Luma's relationship with the customer who is a participant in the program, what is that relationship? What kind of money? What goes back and forth?
With the customer that has the battery, non-existent. The aggregator is the middleman.
You pay $1.25 to the aggregator for what?
The energy that the individual customers put onto the grid.
And that's the money that gets recovered through customers through the PPAC.
Correct.
And that hasn't changed from the beginning. How'd you come up with the 125? Is that negotiated? Well, no, that's my question. How'd you come up with the 125?
Yeah, that I cannot answer.
Okay.
It was approved by the Energy Bureau. This is Commissioner Mateo in the docket that initiated the pilot program that has now been reauthorized, if you will, to continue.
Thank you. I should have asked you to ask these questions, Commissioner. You know more than I do. Thank you, ma'am. Then I think, so there was nothing in the application for this rate case involved in this program. It's all on the PPAC.
Correct.
All right. That's the end of my questions, unless you want to say anything else for the record about it.
I'm sorry, Mr. Hempling, there may be something if they are asking for monies or labor or employees to manage the program rather than pay for the sale of energy. So that may be a small amount compared to other things, but there may be something.
Yeah, you are correct. Thank you for the clarification. There's a small amount of labor, but again, because we are dealing with the aggregators and the aggregators are really doing the heavy lifting, it's a small labor lift in terms.
Okay. Right. Put that thing on mute. All right. Gerardo, maybe you can just turn that off, if you don't mind, sir. And that's a very small amount you just referred to, Ms. Hanley. That's somewhere in some overhead somewhere. It's not a line item.
Right. It's wrapped up in O&M for one of the cost centers.
Okay. Anything else on the subject, commissioners? Okay. Okay. Both of you, thank you. That's all I have on CBES. And now, Ms. De La Rosa, it's time for the long-awaited redirect. Thank you for your patience.
I've had a few follow-up questions for Mr. Burgomeister.
Oh, thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. For the record, Corey Brady, Weil Gotchon Manji, speaking on behalf of the bondholder interveners. So you mentioned that the customer battery would be used to avoid resource inadequacies or something to that effect, right?
Correct.
So it's basically helping to prevent outages?
Helping to prevent specifically load sheds.
Okay. And would it also help prevent needing to run higher cost, like peaking units, for example?
That's not what it's intended for, no.
Okay, so that would be more the utility scale batteries that do that?
Yes, there's probably more opportunity in that for the utility scale, yes.
Can you give us a sense of the total capacity? You said 80,000 people, but in terms of like megawatt hours, what's the total capacity for the CBES program right now?
On average, we've been able to call on about 40 megawatts. And of course, we do that across a 4-hour period. So it's 160 megawatt hours.
And do you have an agreement with the aggregators to ensure that there's a certain amount of firm capacity there?
So we do make the call on what how much we anticipate to need. So and that's up to them to make up that amount.
Has Luma done any analysis to quantify the savings associated with this program in terms of avoiding the outages or otherwise?
As far as the load sheds, we haven't put a dollar savings on it, no.
Okay, so you don't know how that savings compares to the $1.25 per kilowatt hour that you mentioned earlier?
No, I don't.
And by extension, if you haven't calculated that savings, then that wouldn't be reflected in the rate petition, right?
Correct.
Thank you. That's all I had.
But it would be reflected in the PPAC.
Yes,
If it's going to be reflected, that's where it would be.
that's where it would be, yes.
Okay. Is that it, Mr. Brady? Okay, thank you, sir. Okay. Just before I forget, one modification to the schedule for tomorrow. Okay. So when we come back at 1 o'clock tomorrow afternoon, and I said we were going to do items L and M of multi-utility, the large portion of L is, the first portion is non-confidential, but the final portion on cybersecurity is confidential, and the section on T&D physical security is confidential, okay? But the first thing we will do in the afternoon is have the discussion about the liability case, because that way we don't open the door, shut the door, and open the door again, because it's a public discussion to talk about this. So we will spend a short amount of time again. Well, I'll tee it up after the redirect is done. Okay, everybody good on that? In case you're planning your afternoon, that is 1 o'clock sharp tomorrow. Ms. Della Rosa, welcome back.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Ms. Henley. During the morning, Mr. Massa posed questions on the key accounts team and the necessities of that team. Can you explain what amount of revenue those key accounts bring to the company?
They account for about 70% of our overall revenues.
Questions arose regarding the technical and professional outsourcer services line item of your optimal budget. If we go to Exhibit 7, page 20, Table 1. Are you there?
Yep, I am.
Yes. You were asked questions on the amounts for fiscal year 2026, 2027, and 2028 regarding that line item. If we go to page 28, table 5 of your testimony, can you explain how those amounts listed in table 1 relate to those amounts related in table 5?
Sure. In table 1, that is an all-in number that includes customer programs, so the energy efficiency rider funded budget items and the demand response program budget items. So in table 1, those are all rolled up together. And in table 5, this separates out and delineates what is base rate funded versus EE rider funded versus PPCA rider funded. To differentiate those changes in professional services and other items.
Can you state for the record the amounts for the concerning the base rate for that line item?
For table 5?
Yes.
For table 5, for fiscal year 26, we have 54.9 million, for 27, 59.7 million, and for 28, 65.7 million.
And are those amounts the ones that are considered for this rate period?
Yes.
In terms of the contact center topic, There were some discussion regarding the JD Power survey and the cost the JD Power survey has. Do you know how much does that survey cost annually?
Yes, it's $228,000 annually.
And in terms of the so the program brief that includes the JD Power customer survey, why do you need that optimal budget approved?
For the voice of the customer?
Correct.
The optimal budget, the delta between the two is the 4 additional employees, and those 4 additional employees would help us to improve the customer experience by increasing the number of quality reviews that we're able to perform on our customer-facing employees and also our back office employees.
Okay. In terms of the modernized customer service technology program brief that was discussed also in the morning, you made reference to an acronym, which is IVR. Can you explain what IVR is?
When you call into, pretty much any major company, you press 1 for payments, 2 for, other questions. That's essentially what the IVR is. It's just, it helps the customer navigate to a self-service channel if that's, a possibility, and eventually we will have that, or it gets you to the right phone queue.
Okay. And you also mentioned during that discussion that you needed data to set a baseline for first contact resolution metric. Why a baseline is needed?
So that way we know how we're performing right now, so we can make recommendations for targets to improve that in the future, because our goal is to, increase first contact resolution.
And how much of data is appropriate or needed to consider it a baseline?
I would consider a minimum of 12 months. 18 months is preferable, but 12 months is typically what you want to have. You want to have a full year, so you balance out any seasonality or cyclic nature of customer behavior.
And is that number based on any information that you have studied, or any industry benchmark, or any standard?
That is typically best practice in what throughout my career I have always used.
In terms of the billing accuracy and back office program, there was discussion that arose regarding that the work, and I believe you describe it as critical. Why the work that team does is critical for the company?
So for a couple of reasons, that work is critical. If we're going to rely on CC&B to be our, main reporting system, that data needs to be cleaned up. You need to understand your data to understand your next action and prioritize. Until you truly understand and have a grasp on your data, you can't really formulate, solid conclusions and prioritize your work going forward. Additionally, we need to get to an upgraded CC&B system, and it would not be a prudent use of ratepayer money to take dirty data and just move it into a new system. We want to get that cleanup done now.
And on that same topic, on that same program brief, there was cross-examination from counsel from the OIPC, and where questions were posed regarding the compensation obtained by Luma through the performance metrics. If the higher numbers are achieved, the higher compensation. Is that the only motivation for Luma to achieve the metrics established by the Energy Bureau?
No, absolutely not. Our goal is to normalize and stabilize the collections process. Lowering the DSO is a standard part of that.
In the afternoon session, in the topic of bill revenue collections, uh, some questions arose in the cross-examination by counsel for the OIPC regarding the past due collections. And you explained that there was a moratorium that ended in 2023. Was there any other events that happened before that time that affected collections?
There had actually not been regular collections or specifically disconnection for non-payment since Hurricane Maria. There was a brief period, I believe, what we have been told is for about 2 months, sometime in early 2019, where collections were happening, but then very immediately were shut down again, I believe, as a result of the earthquake that happened on the southern side of the island. And then collections actually never picked up and became a regular practice. And then COVID came along, and then there was an order to not perform collection or severance, not just in Puerto Rico, but in most jurisdictions. So it's actually been since about 2017 since the utility customers here have faced a normal collections process and understand that that disconnection for non-payment is the end result of not paying their bills in full in a timely fashion.
Other questions were posed regarding past due accounts on active accounts. Past due, past due accounts on active accounts. Sorry. Whenever you have an active account that it's that has a past due balance, what do you do to alert that customer, if anything, that there is a past due balance in its account?
So we have a 30, 60, 90-day standard dunning process where we give a reminder phone call. We'll send a reminder letter and then the termination notice and then another phone call to let them know. And then also when they receive, that next month's bill, they'll see right on page 1 that they have a prior balance due. If they log into their account at MeLuma or on our mobile application, they'll see that right there.
So it is your testimony that Luma continues to pursue in the bill notice that collection of that past due balance?
Correct, for the active accounts, yes.
Claiming that amount. Okay. And in terms of collections and the events that you narrated before, the moratorium, the earthquakes, Hurricane Maria, and the lack of collections since a stable period of collection since 2017, can you explain how it affected collections in Luma if in any way?
Absolutely. The team is now faced with, all utilities that, had a moratorium because of COVID faced, increased AR and bad debt and things during those timeframes. And it took some time. I went through that with my last utility. It took us a little while to recoup. That was, with a 1, maybe possibly year and a half, 2 year, pause on collections. And it took time to get that stabilized and get our customers back to understanding and, the education piece of it. We're talking now about, 5+ years. So it created this massive compounding issue. I think I started earlier in the day, you have to be pragmatic about it. We can't just go, if Luma say we had the technology in place, you can't just flip the switch on what would have been in the very beginning, probably 35% of the island, the accounts would have been eligible. So it wouldn't have been practical. So we've had to take this phased and staged approach.
Thank you. And on that topic, there were some questions that the Council for the OIPC posed regarding Exhibit 345.1 and 347.1. Do you remember that?
The two tables,
Excellent.
yes.
Okay. I believe with those tables, if they can show them to the witness.
Please identify the tables again, please.
Yes,
Omar, get ready, please.
Exhibit 345.1 and 347.1.
Do you have them independently of the Teams link? Please continue with the question.
You have.
Yep, I have
Sorry.
them.
So if you see the file name for those exhibits, on exhibit 345.1, it says PC of Luma Prof 39 attachment 1, correct?
Correct.
And then if we see exhibit 347.1, it says ROI Luma AP-2023-0003 dash number prep 072 attachment 1, correct?
Correct.
So those two documents seems to be attachments to another document, right?
Correct.
So if I show you a document which is exhibit 345, it's a PDF.
Okay, he has to look it up. He didn't have this ready, I guess. Here it is. Whoa, good for you. Way to go, Omar.
If we go to page 3 of that document,
yes,
on subsection E, G.
Yep.
Yes. If you read the record.
Well, hold on, please.
We have an objection. The respondent to that, Roy, is another witness who is not Ms. Hanley.
Well,
You familiar with this document?
I am. My team is the data source for any of these types of figures.
Are you familiar with the topic that's addressed by this document? Familiar with the topic?
Yes, I'm fine to discuss.
All right. Well, I'm going to allow you to cross-examine if you want after on this, but we're here to learn, and the witness is qualified. Please continue.
if you can read subsection G.
Is that all you're going to do? It's in the record already, right? Sorry, is
It's
it in the
important
record?
because it's going to clarify some statement that was made before.
Well, if it's in the record, are you going to put it in your brief? So you're going to have her read it out loud? No. Next question. That's not proper redirect.
Okay, well, I can ask you a question
Yeah.
on that. Does exhibit 345 something regarding exhibit 347.1?
Yes, 347.1, it was recognized upon submission of this that there was an error in the prior table.
In which table?
In the table 340. There's too many screens up. My apologies. In the original table where the lawyer for OIPC and I earlier discussed and said the math was incorrect.
It's table 347.1?
347.1, yes, that was recognized as an error. I was not aware of that error until after I had made that statement. When I had speculated that possibly it had to do with write-off, this table was submitted with an error that was corrected in this ROI response 345.
Thank you.
I just want to see if Mr. Vasquez Melendez wants to ask anything about this before you go on to another topic, sir. Okay, thank you very much for your patience on this. Please continue.
On the topic of on bill revenue collections, Council for the Bondholders made some questions regarding government agencies and municipalities and federal agencies AR balances, account receivable balances. What activities, if any, are being pursued by Luma currently to lower the government debt?
So we are in constant communication with them right now. We are working collaboratively to allocate some credits from some agencies that have overpayments. We've been engaged in those conversations for some months and hope to have some resolution within the coming weeks that would lower the past due AR for those for those government agencies. And we have worked very closely, earlier we said that there's 47 million past due for the municipalities, but 46 of that is withheld with, Act 57 complaints or active PREP cases. So we've lowered the past due amount for municipalities by working directly with them, having regular meetings. The revenue protection team will go and meet in person with the mayors and their financial, the finance team for the municipality.
Have there been any disconnections to municipalities or government agencies?
Not for government agencies, but in the case of the municipalities, there were a couple of disconnections done.
And did you get the municipality to pay their bill and get?
Yeah, all of the municipalities are I should say there could be an outlier, someone that's fallen behind, but we've got everyone on a payment plan or are brought up to speed. We did 2 focused efforts over the late spring and summer of this year to get those accounts up to date.
And on the $46 million that you mentioned that are being, I understand, disputed, are you impeded to collect that money?
We can't collect it actively. It still appears on the bills. We move it to a separate, what's called service agreement within the account. So it still shows up in AR. It still shows up on the bill, but we can't actively pursue it. It's not part of the severance process until the dispute is settled. In which case, we would either make the billing correction or move the money, back to where it belongs on the regular consumption service agreement within CC&B.
I believe 2 questions asked by counsel for the bondholders that you mentioned that you have been unable to normalize residential collections. Can you explain why?
We are in the process. It's not that we have a path forward. It's just going to take time due to the sheer number of customers that could potentially be eligible for disconnection if we were to immediately drop our severance threshold to the $300. So we are taking that tiered approach so we can make sure that if we're issuing disconnection notices and doing 48-hour calls, that we have the manpower to follow through with the execution, because there's, we need to make sure that customers marry up that time frame and understand. We don't want to send a disconnection notice, make a 48-hour call, and then, not get out there for 6 months, which would be the reality of our situation if we were just to arbitrarily, reduce the severance threshold.
And if you lower the threshold, the severance amount threshold, how many customers can be impacted right now?
It would be over 100,000 customers.
So that will be what percentage of the customers of the system? I'm sorry. Sorry. Do you have an idea of the percentage of those customers?
It'd be close to 10%. It'd be close to 10%.
The loss recovery program. There were some questions regarding the cost of that program and why they were needed. Can you explain further why the funding is needed for that program?
Without the funding for that program, there would essentially be zero effort and zero execution on any sort of theft that occurs. There wouldn't be a place for it if that program and that staff didn't exist. An AMI will make things a lot easier to identify and also respond to in a timelier fashion. But that's a couple of years away before that benefit is fully realized island-wide.
I don't have more questions.
Thank you, Ms. De La Rosa, for that redirect. And now you have some cross-examination of Mr. Sanabria, is that correct? All right, well, take your time to get your notes out. Again, I want to thank people for their patience. The gift is that you get the morning off. And I don't want to ask Mr. Sanabria to come back tomorrow just for a short amount of cross. But we really do appreciate people's stamina and their patience.
Mr. Hempling, we will Attorney Pedro Vasco on behalf of the IPC. We will request his counsel for Luma can make the question in Spanish to Mr. Sanabria.
It's of course, I'm the last person that you should be asking what language you should be speaking in.
The problem is we don't have an interpreter to translate for the record. The interpreter is for the feed, not for the record. So the problem, we had that problem in the performance metrics, and it was very difficult for co-reporters to, follow the trail once they're going to do the transcript. So,
Well, how do you want to proceed? We have to make a decision.
in English.
But is this a requirement by Sanabria or is this
No.
a requirement?
It's okay. So
Do you want to consult
Sure.
with your client for a moment, sir? It's fine with me.
I can, just give me a few minutes.
Yes, of course. Go have a chat with your consultant. We'll take a few minutes break. Everybody relax. We'll get this done soon. In the meantime, let me, I thought I would address a few housekeeping things, but if counsel for Luma is preparing, that's fine. I'll just wait. As far as Mr. Burgermeister and Ms. Hanley are welcome to leave unless anybody, as far as I'm concerned, they're welcome to leave. Nobody will be feel disrespected. Mr. Vasquez Melendez, what did you determine?
Council for Luma can proceed with her
Okay.
question in English.
Well, I appreciate that very much. And I'm, as I've said before, humbled by the capacity of people to speak in two languages. Okay, tell me when you're ready, Ms. De La Rosa. Are you ready?
I'm ready.
All right, Mr. Sanabria, you are now going to be cross-examined on your pre-filed testimony. Ms. De La Rosa. Mr. Sir, let's get that microphone right in front of you and speak as loud as you can, sir. Okay.
Can you hear me well?
Yeah, just try to find that sweet spot, please.
Okay.
Okay, yes, ma'am. Please continue.
Good afternoon, Mr. Sanabria.
Good afternoon.
You're testifying in this proceeding as an expert witness, correct?
Correct.
And you have never been qualified as an expert witness in any judicial, administrative, or regulatory proceeding before this case, correct?
Not before this case.
Okay. And you also have never testified as an expert witness in any such proceeding prior to this matter, correct?
I have not.
Okay. And I understand you serve various roles at Ecoelectrica LP, right?
That's correct.
Ecoelectrica is a natural gas power generation company, correct?
Correct.
And it is not a transmission and distribution utility, right?
No, it's not.
Okay. And your responsibilities at Ecoelectrica were not relating to operating an island-wide transmission and distribution system, right?
Correct.
And at Ecoelectrica, you did not have to deal with collection from mass market retail customers, right?
Correct.
And at Ecoelectrica, you did not have to deal with pole attachment management, right?
Correct.
Okay. I understand you're submitting an opinion on Luma's revenue collection from past due bills, right?
Correct. Yes.
And your position is that Luma has not complied with the Energy Bureau's clear expectations in this area, right?
Correct.
However, you did not identify any Energy Bureau approved collections performance targets that Luma failed to meet with specific numerical variances, correct?
Can you repeat the question again?
Yes. Yes.
You might want to break that question up into two.
Yes. You have not identified collections performance targets that Luma has failed to meet.
No,
Okay.
I have not.
And you have not identified any numerical variances that Luma has failed to meet, correct?
Correct.
Were you aware of the collection rates and error levels during PREPA's tenure at the time you submitted your testimony?
Please repeat the question, and if you can specify in terms of arrears who you're referring to.
Yes. Were you aware of the collection rates during PREPA's tenure?
Collection rates by PREPA?
Uh-huh.
Yes.
Were you aware of those rates?
What do you refer to as rates?
She's referring to the collection rates of PREPA. Are you familiar with how well, are you familiar with the collection rates that PREPA experienced?
Somewhat. Can't say yes completely. Somewhat.
Can you explain the somewhat portion of your testimony?
Sure. By somewhat, what I mean is, I was aware of PREPA's actual experience in collecting its revenue from customers.
And how do you became aware of that?
Conversations with PREPA personnel,
What PREPA personnel?
PREPA personnel from the operations department and from the corporate offices.
Do you remember at what time did you have those conversations?
What times?
Mhm.
Over 20 years, the last 10 of those continuously in meetings, quarterly meetings, etc.
Did those employees show you reports or specific data of
No.
those collections?
No.
You did not account for post-hurricanes Irma and Maria economic stressors that could affect collections in your analysis, correct?
No, I did not.
And you did not account for policy-driven payment moratorium, such as Act 39, 2020, that could affect collections, correct?
Correct.
You also claim that large outstanding balances remain for government and municipalities, correct?
Correct.
How you did not quantify those balances by year,
Correct.
nor by local agencies versus federal agencies versus municipalities.
Correct. I did not have the details by agency or municipality.
Did you ask for that information?
My recollection is no, I did not ask for it.
You did not consider whether there were any payment plan programs for those government agencies or municipalities, right?
I became aware of some of the payment plan programs by extraordinary conversations with PREPA personnel, but did not see any written plan as such.
When did you become aware of that fact?
Sometime in the last 10 years that I was in a collector. I can remember I was there almost 20.
But you did not consider that there were payment plan programs
No,
in your analysis for this case?
no, did not.
And you did not consider whether there were any disputed accounts between the government agencies and LUMA?
No,
Okay. And you did not consider the timing of appropriations specific to government entities, correct?
I believe not.
You're also submitting an opinion on LUMA's revenues from third-party pool attachments, correct?
Correct.
During your tenure at Ecoelectrica, you did not manage a distribution pole network.
Objection.
Sorry, let me hear the full question and then
Sure.
I'll tell you whether, and then I'll hear the objection. Full question slowly, please.
Yes, during your tenure at Ecoelectrica, you did not manage a distribution pole network.
Okay, what is the objection, sir?
Basically, that's what is being addressed at this panel was not the TPAs. The TPAs are will be in the revenue panel.
A witness, a panelist on that?
He's a witness over there.
Is
Yes.
there any reason why you're asking the question now as opposed to then, ma'am?
Well, it's because it's in his testimony, and I
I'm
thought
sorry?
it was in his testimony.
I know
thought
that.
it was going to be finished today, so I can do the questions.
Yeah, the fact
Of
is,
the other
sometimes people testify about subjects that end up in multiple panels, and for the purposes of the logic of the transcript, if you don't mind, why don't you save that question for that particular time, because he will be here on that panel. Is that correct, sir?
That's right.
All right, very alert on your part. Are you okay with that, ma'am?
Yeah, I'm okay. We already had a discussion on third-party pool attachments.
I know that there's a
was
certain
prepared.
amount of disorder, there's a certain amount of departures from Hemplingian rigor that I've learned to accommodate, and this is going to be one of them. Okay.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you for reminding me of my inconsistencies. May there not be too many more. Next, please.
I don't have any more questions.
Okay. Well, that was very speedy redirect. Make a note so that you don't forget about that subject, because I want to hear about it too. Okay. Counsel?
No, ready.
Okay. Mr. Sanabria, you are excused for now. We'll see you back when you return.
Thank you.
Same for you, Mr. Burgermeister. I don't know why you're still here. Same for you, Ms. Hanley. I don't know why you're still here. You want to stick around? We're going to talk some more. All right. I'm going to be very brief, colleagues, and then we're going to get out of here. Okay, first of all, thank you, everybody. Remember, you're getting tomorrow morning off. All right, give me a second to get my notes in front of me. Let me get everybody's attention, please. Okay, everybody ready? I will issue an order tomorrow morning, first thing. I'm not sure it's worth sending an email out tonight on it because by the time you get it, you should be headed toward bedtime. But among other things, this order is going to do the following. You don't have to scribble notes. It's going to update and clarify the various requirements concerning exhibits. Because 5 days have now, 5 full days, not counting the 5th day and the 6th day, which are on weekend days, have passed since my actual order on the FTI report. My order tomorrow morning will uphold my prior decision concerning the absence of a deliberations privilege for that document. And I have no reason to restrict access to that document to only 2 people per entity. It is a confidential document, and so I will require, and it is a response to an ROI. So I will require the Axion people to place it in its proper location on that website. I think that's the way we will handle that, unless somebody has a better idea. I don't want to argue about it because that's I had to wait for 5 days after my actual order. So that's why if people were wondering where was my decision on that, that's where it was, waiting for the 5th day, which basically ended 52 minutes ago. Pending before the Bureau is LUMA's revised pension rider design change. I can't promise you when an order will come out on that because that's subject to deliberations. It's not in my jurisdiction. It's in the, but obviously they care about it and they're receiving advice on it, and they will decide it when they choose to decide it. We will talk about the administrative notice business tomorrow in our opening session. Okay? And at that time, I want to be in a position where I can eliminate as many disagreements as possible. So I remind you, please, to look at my color-coded documents sent out last night, and I will decide within 24 hours after tomorrow whatever's left to decide. So that's where that stands. So I can get that off my desk and people don't have to worry about it anymore. But what I need at the end of that discussion is complete clarity about what's left to decide, because it's getting hard for me to keep track of it all. I think there may be a couple of things to decide. Ms. Estrada to the affordability panel. I had an email that everybody received. Of course, she's filed testimony on the subject, so we put her on the affordability panel. I'm just letting you know what's going on. I want to know if there's any objection. Everybody with me? Am I going too fast? Okay, I've been asked to consider having Mr. Datta testify remotely from Hawaii. I need to get the commissioner's input on this because ultimately that's something that should be their decision, but I want to see if there's any objection from anybody. Now, basically, we have wanted people in this room. That has been my ruling, and that was the commissioner's strong preference. And we've made what I thought were justified exceptions. I've made exceptions after asking for objections in the case of Dr. Hopkins and Ms. Lane because their participation was quite small. I have a different view of Mr. Datta's testimony. It's larger. But I'm going to, advise the commission. I will ask the commissioner's views. I simply want to know if there's any objection. I'm not hearing any to Mr. Datta. And frankly, his area is narrower now because of the scoping of the solar issue. So I think, so that's before the commissioners. I'll get a decision by Tuesday evening, and we'll let you know Wednesday. If I forget, remind me Wednesday morning. Thank you for that. Just trying to be very quick here. Okay, so this is what I hope for us to accomplish in the negligence conversation first thing tomorrow. And I've not read the order yet. Obviously, I know about the issue. I've known about it since law school. I We are not going to argue about anything. What I'm looking to have, I would like ideas about the following questions. One is there a need for a revision to the proposed revenue requirement for either fiscal year 26 or fiscal year 27? That's the first question. Is there a need? So I guess we'll just hear opinions. Okay. Secondly, assume there is a need for purpose of conversation, and therefore what are the options for efficiently revising the revenue requirement, including evidentiary support? That's the conversation to have. Now, again, I'm probably the least knowledgeable person in the room about what went up to the Supreme Court and how they decided it. But what I ask you to take into account when you consider those questions is the difference between fiscal year 26 and fiscal year 27. Because fiscal year 26 will be 10/12 over. And even if the lawsuits that I understand are pending went to trial right away, it's not clear to me that there would be any dollar effect in the fiscal year. And to be very blunt, the workload associated with getting an order out by mid-April right now is very high and doesn't, from my personal perspective, I didn't ask this of the commissioners, tough enough to manage without managing another whole evidentiary presentation. So there are options in terms of the timing of the evidentiary presentation, whether it would happen between now and April or whether it would happen starting sometime right after the April decision came out, where there might be a placeholder for adjustments for FY27. I'm just thinking out loud. You can take shots at that idea tomorrow, but just beware that there's only so much that this decision-making process can absorb, between now and April. That's a personal statement. That's not a statement from the commissioners. And that's all that I wanted to. There's a couple other housekeeping things, but they can all wait for tomorrow. Any comments? Yes, ma'am. Ms. Vasquez.
Yes, Genera witnesses will be available tomorrow for the multi-utility cost ITOT.
Well, okay. Oh, that's right. We had that pending. Well, that's very kind of them. They can be 20 minutes late because we'll probably take up the first 20 minutes at 1 o'clock talking about the Supreme Court, the Supreme Court matter.
Okay.
Okay. Are there any other questions or comments? I want to make sure everybody has their needs met today. Mr. Brady.
Yes, just one clarification. The questions that you just asked now, are those for LUMA's counsel, or will they be putting up witnesses to answer those? I wasn't clear on.
Well, in terms of tomorrow's discussion, it's not a witness. I just want to hear from all counsel about their ideas about how to handle this matter evidentially. I'm sorry if I wasn't clear.
Okay, thank you. And then,
and there's no decision tomorrow. I'm just gathering ideas from thoughtful people for the commissioners, and then the commissioners will decide what to do. Go ahead, sir.
I appreciate that. Given the shuffling with the multi-utility cost panel to tomorrow, we would just ask for some lenience in terms of the 8 p.m. exhibit deadline. It may slip to tomorrow because we weren't expecting to start tomorrow.
Of course. Thank you for being alert to that. What you're referring now to telling Omar and as long as they have it, just get it to them a couple of hours before the panel starts. They're very flexible.
Okay.
Okay.
And then
go ahead.
I saw that the UCC filed a statement about the administrative notice. I just wanted to make sure we would have a chance to respond to that tomorrow. They did it by email today during the hearing.
Well, I've been in the hearing, so I don't know what they filed. There's never a day without another motion. Welcome to my world. So what are you asking for, sir?
Well, I think you said the administrative notice would be discussed tomorrow, so I just wanted to make sure we would have a chance to respond to that before it was ruled on.
I will have an agenda for that discussion. I can't promise you that. In fact, I do have an agenda for that discussion, but it's in my scroll, so it's nobody's business right now. But I will have an agenda for that discussion, and I will make sure that that item is on that agenda. Okay. And I will, like I say, what I'm aiming to do is get a clear definition of what's left for me to decide. And again, I urge people to study the concept so that we don't have to argue about what really just doesn't belong. A lot of people learned a lot about the subject in the last day or two. Anything else, Mr. Brady?
Mr. Hempling? Here, Carlos Fernandez.
Sorry, I'm sorry, who's speaking?
Over here, Carlos Fernandez.
Yes, sir, Mr. Fernandez.
In the initial days of the hearings, we talked about transcripts, the potential availability of transcripts of the hearings. Since then, we haven't really heard what's become of that.
Okay, thank you for that. Let me commit to gathering what I can find out about it and report on that to you during the housekeeping session that starts at 1 o'clock.
Thank you.
Okay, and don't let me forget.
I will not.
Okay. Anything else, colleagues? Okay. Thank you so much, everybody. See you tomorrow, 1 o'clock.